Good morning, highly esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to CyberChess 2025. The conference is organized by CERT.LV, the Ministry of Defense of the Republic of Latvia, and the National Cybersecurity Center in cooperation with the Information Systems Audit and Control Association Latvian chapter, the Latvian Internet Association, and the Institute of Mathematics and Computer Science of the University of Latvia. Thank you to all of the organizers and to all of the partners that have brought us here today. My name is Artis Ozoliņš. It is my first year at CyberChess, so I really hope to learn how to beat everyone at chess.com. I hope that the speakers will give the instructions and I will be the best chess player in the world. Okay, no one's laughing. I'll delete all the jokes in my script. All jokes aside, this year it's CyberChess number 13. Are there any superstitious people in the room? Please do raise your hand. Does anyone believe in numbers? One person? Okay, sir, we'll address all the bad energy towards you, so you experience number 13 as it should be. But of course, numbers don't mean anything unless we look at the scale of the event, and we are very proud that this year we have 60 speakers from nearly 20 countries visiting us, and of course we have viewers online from all around the world. Good morning to you as well. And in this conference, if it's your first year, you will gain a lot of knowledge, research, expertise, and real-world experiences across the key cybersecurity domains. So to open the conference, please, with a warm round of applause, welcome to the stage the esteemed Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Defense of the Republic of Latvia, Ms. Sciene Gātere.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, participants of CyberChess 2025, both on-site and online, good morning. We have 2 full days ahead of us, and I'm sure they will be full of insightful discussions, valuable presentations, and perhaps also new collaborations and partnerships. Cybersecurity is responsibility of each individual. Only when we work together, when we contribute to security of the cyberspace around us, we can resist the challenges and show the strengths that we possess. Currently, threat is coming from all possible directions, all sources, showcasing that what we used to refer to as future threat is already a current reality. Threats have become more complex, more sophisticated in nature, really indicating that our defenses need to be able to adapt rapidly and in scale. Our adversaries aim to disrupt and impact the main functionings of our society, discouraging our resilience in face of their malicious activities. And unfortunately, there is no indication that the level of threat that we face today will decrease in the near future, or even in distant future. So, as cyber threats continue to pose high risk for institutions, for organizations, for individuals, we need to strengthen our resistance, our resilience. The best way to do that is by proactive and comprehensive approach to deterrence and defense. Cybersecurity is a key enabler of our everyday functions, as well as ultimate strength in the battlefield. So technological disadvantages, dependencies, and our need to strengthen our networks, our resources, our systems mean that we need to continue to invest in cybersecurity just to be able to fight and survive. And as this is a field that is constantly evolving, we need to innovate, to stay ahead. And this is not possible without investments in research and development, and without continuing to strengthen the existing cooperation between the public sector and the private sector. In Latvia, state defense is responsibility of whole of society, not just the public sector. And cyber field is no difference. State institutions, Ministry of Defense, CERT, we are working to strengthen the cyber resilience. Responsibility of individuals is to think critically and be cyber aware. As cyber threats have no borders, it is equally important that we strengthen our cross-border cooperation, our international partnerships. And Latvia has a very good example with our experience with international threat hunting operations that demonstrate that even when you have limited resources, international partnerships and contributions can really make a significant difference. So, ladies and gentlemen, today and tomorrow, I invite you to think about and to assess what is your specific role in securing and strengthening cybersecurity in Latvia, in NATO, and beyond. And please continue to be part of our cybersecurity community, because the best work can only be achieved when we all work together. So thank you, and have a very fruitful conference.
Thank you, dear Parliamentary Secretary. To welcome all of us into this fruitful two-day program, let's welcome on the stage the hostess of this event, the person shaping cybersecurity ecosystem in Latvia and also internationally, the General Manager at CERT.LV, Baiba Kashkina.
Labrīt, good morning. Dear ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, dear friends, here and online. It's both my privilege and pleasure to welcome you to this CyberChess conference. And I think numbering might differ. I was counting that it is the 12th conference, artists said it's 13th, but that doesn't matter. It's an annual event that we've all been so much waiting for. And this year our gathering marks the end of Cybersecurity Months, a period during which our collective attention has been directed towards the most pressing and challenging issues in the field of cybersecurity. So, how has 2025 treated us so far in the cyberspace? I would say that this has been a year of dedicated effort, steady progress, and maybe not so many large surprises. A year that once again reminded us that in cyberspace, true success lies not in those dramatic moments, but in a steady and persistent work. Let me highlight some of those achievements. The NIS2 directive is now fully implemented in Latvia. We are among few European countries that have managed to do so before the deadline. The necessary secondary legislation is in place, and across all the institutions and organizations, implementation is well underway. And I wish to express my really sincere gratitude to everyone who has contributed to this long and demanding process. Your professionalism and patience have made this possible. Still, there is a long way ahead, of course, to fully implement all the requirements. In the field of cybersecurity education, this year has brought many encouraging developments. We now have an accredited vocational cybersecurity technician program, with guidelines that are closely aligned with ANISA's cybersecurity skills framework profiles. And several new educational initiatives have been launched. For example, Riga Technical University Google program Kiberats, that we will hear more about later in the conference. There are new activities at the University of Latvia. We have STARS lifelong learning program and other initiatives. And these initiatives strengthen our national capacity and contribute to a more resilient digital society in the future. At CERT.LV, we continue to advance in the establishment of our Security Operations Center and to enhance our threat hunting capabilities. And I would really like to extend my sincere thanks to our constituents and partners for the trust that you place in us, for allowing us to handle your data, and for relying on us to act on your best interests. We are fully committed to meeting your expectations and to continuously improving security and resilience of your infrastructures. And I would like also to express my sincere gratitude to our loyal partners and allies, the Canadian Armed Forces, for their invaluable support and contribution to our threat hunting operations. Thank you. Why not? From CERT.LV side, we are proud to offer a comprehensive range of services to our community, starting from SOC operations to threat hunting, from phishing simulations, campaigns to interactive cybersecurity exercises. And I warmly invite you to visit our booth outside to learn more about these services and to meet our team in person. This conference is a great opportunity for that. Well, at the same time, we have to acknowledge that cybersecurity landscape remains in Latvia challenging. Our systems are targeted constantly, yet thanks to our layered defense and professionalism of all of you, most of the attacks are successfully contained. This year, the number of incidents registered has been the highest ever recorded, a clear sign that our work remains as vital as ever. We must continue to adapt, to improve, and to stand strong together. Now, the CyberChess conference. This event provides us with an invaluable opportunity to take a step back, to reflect, to share knowledge, and to strengthen our collective capacity to protect our digital borders and freedoms. But as every year, this is more than just a conference. This is an event where we celebrate our profession. We celebrate our mission and our choice. Because we all have chosen a demanding path of service and responsibility to defend our nation and its cyber domain. This path requires knowledge, integrity, and courage. And you, dear colleagues, embody all of these qualities. For that, I thank you deeply and sincerely. Let us use these 2 days to exchange experience, explore new ideas, celebrate our achievements. Together, we continue to build a safer and more secure digital future. And once again, thanks to all the partners and all the speakers, without whom this conference would not have been possible. Thank you. Let's give them a warm round of applause. So, I wish you a productive and inspiring conference. Enjoy these 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, dear General Manager Ms. Kashkina. Let's have wonderful 2 days. A lot of excitement in front of us. Another round of applause. The CERT team as well. I saw a lot of polite people standing in the back. Now it's your time. Please do take your seats. We have some seats in this flank, in that flank, somewhere in the middle. Don't be shy. This is your opportunity because I'm going to talk for a few minutes now. And yes, you can take that time and take a seat because we have a lot of content in front of us. But first of all, of course, CyberChess would not be possible without the grand support of our partners that were mentioned and the external financing that has helped us create this amazing event, like these decorations right here. I think the organizers have outdone themselves, but that of course would not be possible without the financing, of course, by the European Union within the framework of the project led by the European Cybersecurity Competence Center and the Latvian National Coordination Center. And there are 25 partners. The list is so long that I will not read the whole list, but you can meet these partners out in the expo zone, so please do take your time, visit their booths and see what's up. I will explain more and also who is giving out prizes, by the way, that you can search in the expo zone. But thank you to all the partners, and by the way, this thanks also goes for the gifts that the speakers on the stage will receive. Socks and lollipops. That's the trend this year. Cyber socks and some lollipops for those stressful moments when you need some sugar. So thank you to our partners for this wonderful gift for our speakers. And by the way, you have received, and you can probably find online, the link to the Mito platform. That's the official event platform. You might think, I'm here. Why do I need a platform? Well, there are a lot of viewers online who might want to get in touch with you. So this is a closed circle, safe social platform where you can interact with others. You can book meetings with the speakers on the stage, with others here in the room. You can find them, you can chat with them. So please take the opportunity of this social platform for the event as well. And we will interact in the next presentations and panel discussions on this stage and on other stages as well, using the Menti platform. So right here on the screen you will see a QR code and a numbered code. If you don't want to scan the picture, you can also open up menti.com and type in 22074740. And you will access the page to send in questions. And please do send those questions already in during the presentation and during the discussion. So once we have the time, I have your questions at hand, and we can see what's really up in your mind and what you want to ask to our speakers. And if we're speaking of our dear guests, let's welcome on the stage the first presenter. We were reassured of the steady progress that the defense forces are doing, but of course the other side is not sleeping as well. With the title From SOC to Cyber Threat Landscape in Latvia, we will get the status quo of the current situation. That will be delivered by a person who you don't want to mess with. He's a cybersecurity expert with more than 17 years of experience and a strong technical background. He's leading the CERT.LV technical team. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the first speaker, Mr. Varis Teivāns.
Hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. So today I'll present some topics about the cyber threat landscape that we can discuss here now and probably later. I'll also highlight some of our achievements on Security Operations Center, Security Operations Services that we have established. Baib already mentioned them. And I will not go in too much detail about the APT analysis that I really enjoy, and I'll also explain why. So we defend our liberties for quite some time by setting an example of collective defense, responsibility, and partnerships. Partnerships, I think, is a key word here, and seeing so many people here, I think, also highlights that that is very important. So our goal essentially is to create a data-driven cybersecurity model that is operating here in Latvia. We are able to analyze constant flow of cybersecurity telemetry from our constituency. So not just chitting and chatting about cybersecurity, but being able to quickly query our data sources and create a data-driven cybersecurity posture. So rapid response is another goal. So it was already highlighted that the threat level is high. It still remains so. Since 2022, we see a constant increase of these threats. However, Rapid response part here is essential, especially in those constituencies where the capability is not that up to the task yet. So I'll mention probably these in a military terms, the battlefield, and describe the battlefield that is not only the cyberspace, but it's just one domain. So space, air, sea, land, and cyberspace with humans involved, obviously, and probably now AI as well, penetrating all of these domains, and I'll explain why I mention them, even though we are responsible for cybersecurity. So the threat landscape is extremely diverse, and it touches basically every single domain that I mentioned. When we talk about APT campaigns, still the main focus remains from Russian APT groups. Couple names are mentioned on the slide, but there's a significant decrease, I must say, from those prevalent groups that we have observed since 2022. And you might speculate why. We also are trying to speculate why. One of the theories that we think that the Russians are busy in Moldova, Georgia, probably elsewhere, and most likely they will return with additional force in the cyber domain sometime soon. However, now there is a decrease in their campaigns. So historically, Turla, APT-28, Gamaredon, and Cadet Blizzard, or Grayscale in NATO terms, has been very active. Now we can see that APT-28 is more or less operating silently, scanning the edge devices, so kind of switching more and more to practices what you would expect from China-related actors, but still remaining active on targets in the government and critical infrastructure. Baiba mentioned deterrence, and I'm sure that our activities, the security operations, the threat hunting operations, all of that, including our red team activities, contribute to deterrence, and this is why we see the decrease of successful attacks as well. It kind of sends a signal that Latvia is becoming more and more resilient. What is interesting is that in recent years, China-related actors in the cyberspace are becoming more and more active in our region, and the targets overlap more and more with what is interesting for Russia as well. So previously you could see that they are concentrating more on academia, research institutes, laboratories. Now it's all over the spectrum, and still quite heavy focus on the edge devices. So space, it's not like a space battle or something with spaceships, but however, a couple of attacks that we have experienced in this region, not only Latvia, but region as such, involve in some sense space as well. So satellite TV stream influenced by satellite jamming, replacing signal with intent to transfer the Russian propaganda, supply chain integrity in digital TV, again, sometimes involves satellites, sometimes not, but it is important to investigate what is the supply chain also for digital products. And in a couple of our investigations, we have found that it's no surprise, basically, but EU registered companies are actually operated by Russians and operate as a shell or a decoy. So to actually conduct such an attack with a satellite frequency jamming, someone has to be in a high enough altitude to manipulate the original signal, jam it, and then beam it down to Earth in a certain region to achieve their goals. So it might be a balloon, it might be something else, it might be a different satellite, but still significant effort to achieve that. Again, sea, air, both military domains, but still involve cyber. So cyber is penetrating all of them and influencing all of them. We have had incidents, and not only Latvia, with compromised critical infrastructure in the Baltic Sea, so cable cuts in the Baltic Sea, and this is quite significant for the whole region. What is interesting with these ships that are not military, they're not military vessels, however, they are probably instructed to take a certain routes and certain actions with their anchors and etc. So my father has been a sailor for some time, and he explained to me that when someone drops an anchor, it's impossible to not notice that, because the whole ship is vibrating, and it's obvious that the whole crew is cooperating with someone to achieve these results. What is also interesting observation when we experience signal jamming events across the sea border, very frequently you can see that the signal jamming moves along with the commercial ship that is traveling across the coast, which again is not a coincidence probably. Drone incidents, again you might think it's just purely military related event. However, drones communicate somehow, so they are controlled somehow. Again, it is very important to understand how it happens, how cybersecurity is involved, how signaling is involved. Does 4 and 5G operators can see anything on that part? Our colleagues in Ukraine definitely can share more insights on that, but we have these incidents. So I'm just speculating, but it's probably important to think about how roaming looks like in the border areas, how certain IMSI numbers look like traveling a couple hundreds miles per hour, etc. Is that all legit stuff or no? We have sabotage operations. Again, physical impact, physical world, but it starts in cyber. So these people are recruited online in Telegram groups. Those Telegram groups sometimes are closed, sometimes open, but it is possible to monitor these attempts and maybe even prevent. In this case, these individuals were trying to set fire on our occupation museum. Unfortunately, they were somewhat successful with that, and there was some damage done. They were found and arrested. However, a more thorough investigation is also important to understand how the Russians achieved that and how they instrumented their willingness to cooperate. So security operations is the core of our activities and all the services. So threat monitoring, active protection services like DNS firewall, security operations center with EDR and XDR services, incident response, threat hunting, red teaming, education, significant part of our activities as well, support to law enforcement agencies. Everything combined together creates our resilience and makes Latvia a tougher target. When we talk about SOC and our achievements in the SOC operations center, so for Latvia, those are quite significant numbers. I understand that for some nations those might be not so big. However, this is basically our first iteration of SOC implementation nationally. We have currently more than 40,000 endpoints. The goal is to finish this year with 60,000 endpoints fully onboarded. More than 5 million alerts per month, which is nothing to brag about. However, it's a significant number, and the goal is to create an environment where the alerts do not contribute to alert fatigue, right? So I would say that the difference that our SOC operates from other SOCs is that we have possibility and mandate to change things in the target organizations. When we identified those weak spots, our goal is to decrease the amount of alerts and increase the cybersecurity posture level in the target organization. So more than 660 investigations in a month, 14 incidents. So you can see how big is the difference from 5 million alerts, only 14 incidents, which are then investigated thoroughly and leave some impact probably. So we are going regional. And this is important for national security because municipalities, regional healthcare services, and regional critical infrastructure is every now and then left out. And Latvia was no exception. So this is a priority for some time already. And as you can see from the pie chart, it is filling the gap. And again, I was sharing our experience with our Ukrainian friends and colleagues, and they shared their experience with regional gaps on cybersecurity telemetry visibility, and it was a hard lesson for them. They acknowledged that leaving out the municipalities and regions was a huge mistake, and especially when you face aggression of war, then it might be too late. So this is why we focus heavily on that part. So currently, more than half of municipalities are onboarded, and more than 20% are in the process of onboarding, and we hope to achieve the 60,000 endpoints by the end of this year. So the challenges of the SOC operators or SOC analysts are quite a few, but as I said, we are trying to concentrate on changing, so driving through changes these infrastructure holders, municipalities, critical infrastructure holders, ministries, etc. So data-driven cybersecurity, as I said, is a priority, what we want to achieve. However, it is not like you might expect nowadays when you talk about AI-enabled SOC and everything else fancy. Every now and then you face constituencies where they have these problems. So poor infrastructure management, no asset inventory, scattered infrastructure, obsolete hardware and software, etc., and also poor cyber hygiene, playing games on their workstations, etc., introducing software in the work environment that shouldn't be there. So while you are at this stage, talking about the AI-driven SOC, I think is an overkill. However, we also have very prominent clients who have excellent cybersecurity posture, and this is an example that we can set for others as well. Yeah, well, I would like to highlight the difference that we make with our security operations services and activities that we conduct, both here in the capital and regionally. So attack discovery and remediation is essentially the biggest benefit in this endeavor. So before CERT.LV SOC was introduced in those critical infrastructure holders, we see that 3 to 6 months is the period where they find out that they are compromised. So from initial access to actual identification of compromised infrastructure, it took them 3 to 6 months, sometimes even more. Now with the SOC enabled, we see that sometimes it's real time, so both detection and remediation, Sometimes it takes a couple of days, so basically it depends how fast the administrators can react to our information that we provide. So it's a significant increase in deterrence and capability. Some interesting facts, not related directly to malware, however, it highlights how the target infrastructures after the first onboarding look like. You see that in one major municipality, a host name called Director plays Minecraft on his or her system, which again probably is not the best example of cybersecurity posture, but through identifying these artifacts, we can base our attempts to change that for good in data, and it helps in most cases. Again, Roblox is for some reason very popular amongst governments, institutions who have poor cyber hygiene. Luckily, not so many of them, however, still worrying. And when you just remember, I mentioned the inventory. It is very important to start with the inventory and acknowledging what you have in your environment. And we also work with analyzing the software signers, or what is the origin of the software, especially if it's signed. Obviously, you cannot trust that information 100%, but it kind of gives you some highlights. So from the software signatures, you can again see that there's still software from Russia, China, and unknown all over the municipalities and some government institutions. Why you cannot trust that 100%? Because we have a couple examples where Russian-made software is now Swiss-made. For example, Kaspersky virus software is now Swiss, right? So we have a new category of incidents that I would like to share with you. Incidents that didn't happen. I think it's somewhat overlooked and not mentioned enough because they didn't happen. They didn't do any damage. But if they would, it would be a significant strike. And our colleagues from Red Team and security operations, they work daily to identify these threats before the bad guys do. And these are a couple of success stories that we had, and those with the electricity infrastructure involved. It was our preparation together with the electric grid operators before the BREL. So Latvia disconnected from Russia, Belarus electricity network. That was a significant event for all three Baltic states. Now we are fully connected to Europe and independent from the electricity synchronization with these states, Russia and Belarus. While we prepared for that event, we monitored extensively not only the infrastructure parts that we knew that belong to the critical infrastructure holders, but also highlighted the necessity that the monitoring of 4 and 5G networks is crucial. And why it is important? Because mostly those remote management tools and modules installed in substations, in critical infrastructure entities, are operating on 4 and 5G networks, and they are in no way connected to the infrastructure description of the energy grid operator. So we identified a couple of substations in Latvia, 2 in Estonia, 1 in Lithuania, shared that information with our partners regionally as well, and prevented the significant incident in this substation that was servicing 6 power lines in a critical infrastructure facility. Gas cogeneration station where combined heat and power plant could be influenced if we wouldn't do that. An incident didn't happen. A regional dairy product manufacturing facility, it could be completely stopped or product could be damaged or destroyed if the cyber attack would happen on that infrastructure. Water supply, heating, management, and in multiple municipalities could be influenced if we would miss these control devices exposed on the internet. Traffic control and smart grid, smart meters is something where we've done some extensive analysis and shared our findings with the operators so that they can be safe and our society can be safe and receive the services as expected. So common issues that we face here with these devices is direct internet exposure, obviously, so that sometimes it even looks like a sabotage, but there is a potential for sabotage in these cases. However, through the investigation, we found out it was a case with the substation. It was just a third-party engineer involved who figured remote servicing might be just more convenient for him than just visiting the site all the time. Obviously, the guy didn't know the risks probably of exposing that infrastructure online. So systems using default login, default weak passwords or default credentials there are lots of them online, and this is not only our case here in Latvia. It's a global issue with these remote management systems. Misconfigurations and other problems with the protocol, with unsecured protocols like PCOM, S7, Modbus, and others accessible over the internet, even though that someone just took care of taking down the web interface of the internet, they forgot about other ways of communications with these devices. So this is why it's important, and our colleagues are analyzing that constantly to identify that online. So just an example from a couple of systems where a visual and non-visual representation of communication with the management device that is in a writable mode, if you will. So actually, the threat actor could influence the whole operations in a specific environment. In one case, it might be a water supply. In other case, might be a gas cogeneration station or electricity substation. It doesn't matter. So commercially motivated attacks are nowhere gone. It was already mentioned that those are significant threats as well. Unfortunately, Latvian citizens, they lose about 50 million euros per year from these frauds and scam calls and other commercially motivated attacks. Interestingly for us is that even though we have introduced multiple layers of defense, so DNS firewall is in national level, the telco providers, mobile phone providers, they are all introducing measures to defend their clients. However, the lost money, the amount of lost money is only increasing. So one might say, get your stats together. We could agree. We will have to investigate why it is happening so, because theoretically and practically, through these defense layers, the situation should be better. Interesting, again, statistics, that it's not only technical problem, it's a human problem. The financial literacy, cybersecurity literacy is important. If we compare ourselves to Poland, we have found out that Latvians, they lose almost twice amount of money to these scams than Polish people do. So there's probably a reason for that, and we have to address that. Significant ransomware incidents that we have faced during this year is company ZZ-Dots, who provides basically the information systems to all municipalities all over the state, and unfortunately they suffered, you might call it a cyber attack or misconfiguration, but the data was lost. Long story short, it was lost, and the interesting side effect, it was not sold, or no ransom was requested. Now the company is fined by the Data Protection Bureau. We'll see how it goes. But lots of lessons learned from these incidents. Amber Beverage Group, which is a Latvian company. However, the flag is different because they are registered somewhere else. But Amber Beverage Group, they sell alcohol drinks all over the world, and their annual turnover is more than 300 million euros, and they suffered significant cyber attack which almost paralyzed the whole company, production, export. So almost went, the company went to the, went to the bankruptcy state if they wouldn't be able to recover. Jelgavas Typography, again, one of the regional companies that will, to my knowledge, I think they will also be present here and will share their experience. But again, we're suffering the cyber attack from ransomware group. And SmartLink Airlines experienced cyber attack, again, almost all of these attacks are originating from cybercrime or organized crime groups based in Russia. Info stealers are also a significant part of damage makers, if you will, and so these are statistics of most active ones. So as you can see, Redline and Vidar and Luma is quite active, and the interesting finding, and actually technical data also confirms, and we have evidence that Redline is very cooperative with APT28, and it might be that APT28 just buys the service and the data. It might be that they are actually cooperating and exchanging information with intent. So I mentioned this company, Stark Industry Solutions, previously. So in my last year presentation, I will mention it again. Now the company is sanctioned. It doesn't exist, or it shouldn't exist, but it does. So now it is called in many other names: D hosting, PQ hosting, Work Titans, UFO hosting. So just bear in mind and remember these two autonomous systems. If something is coming from them, it's probably no good. The conclusion from that is that, I guess in this case, sanctions didn't work. I'm not a sanctions skepticist, but in this case, for some reason, they are quite comfortable just changing legal bodies and still operating on the same autonomous system number. Even their PTR DNS records are the same and still pointing to Stark Industries. Threat hunting operations is something that we are very proud of, and this is where the building bridges, collaboration, sharing the knowledge, and our experience and learning from others comes in. So since 2022, we cooperate very closely with Canadian Cyber Command and other partners. It has created opportunities for multiple partnerships around the world and in regionally. So main goal is to hunt for cyber operations against Latvia. It has proved to be also a significant deterrent force to those threat actors, and they are not able to penetrate our networks as successful as they were before. So more than 40 infrastructures have been hunted so far. Quite a lot of endpoints investigated thoroughly, and unfortunately about 20% of APT cases have been detected throughout these operations and eradicated. So our approach is that we do not wait well, they will leave. We eradicate the threat as soon as possible during the threat hunting operations. And the side product that is our crown jewels on these activities on the threat hunting field is a threat hunting playbook and threat hunting workshop. Once again, this year we'll have a third iteration of threat hunting workshop hosted here in Riga. 27 NATO member states have participated in this workshop, so we have shared our collective knowledge, strengthened the collective defense with these nations, and learned a lot of new things ourselves throughout these activities. So once again, I would like to highlight that cooperation, sharing, and building new bridges is essential. This is why we are here. Use the opportunity to chat, have unofficial talks after presentation, and build new cooperations. Thank you.
Thank you, Varis. We do have some questions from the audience. They're still coming in, but we have 2 minutes. Let's ask 2 quick questions. Would centralization and standardization help municipalities get their cybersecurity in a better shape?
So, as I said, inventory is one of the basic things that no one wants to listen, and it's kind of boring, but centralization of the security telemetry, it helps to create the focal point or better vision of what we actually have there, what is the cybersecurity posture originally. Sometimes it's ugly, but it's better to know that your pants are halfway down than walk around, right? So, this is why it's important, and it helps to create a better future for cybersecurity in Latvia.
Mm-hmm. Any examples of how red teaming has improved the security posture of organizations? Any phishing campaign statistics, etc.?
Yeah, well, phishing campaigns, it is interesting that you mentioned that. The statistics might be worrying again. However, it is getting better and better, and the key is to repeat them. So about 40% of these attempts when we conduct phishing simulations are unfortunately successful for us, for the red team. But it is also indication when we continue these efforts, when we reiterate those simulations, people are getting better and better. So they recognized, and yeah, well, repeating is important.
Mm-hmm. Last question, who can start using the SOC provided by CERT.LV, and how new members can be onboarded? Maybe in a quick answer.
Well, onboarding is a basically technical procedure where we provide software and someone should install it or run it on the endpoint. And who can get the service is basically the public sector critical infrastructure, and on our web page you can visit CERT services section, and you will see all the possibilities and explanations who can apply.
And you can also visit the CERT booth by the Omega Hall.
Exactly.
Talk to people, get in touch, learn more in detail. So, Varis, thank you very much for showing us the threat landscape. Round of applause to Varis Teivāns. Thank you for those questions. In the Menti platform, you can use this QR code or the number code and send us in questions for the next presentation as well. Thank you for that. That highlights what is important to you. So by this presentation, at least for me as an onlooker, it seems that we are in a state of a cyber war. Attacks on critical infrastructure makes me think that cybersecurity is even like a survival strategy for us to move forward safely, and for us, we are very lucky to have partners with us abroad as well who we can learn from. And a representative of one of the strongest countries in the world right now is here from Ukraine, who have created their cyber army. So let's welcome and learn on the stage from the Ukrainian cybersecurity expert, CEO and co-founder of Cyber Unit Technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Yegor Oshev. Welcome to Riga.
Thank you very much. Oops. Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. And also, it's a great honor to feel your support on the streets. We see a lot of Ukrainian flags, and really appreciate it. Our Ukrainian team mentioned it yesterday, and we see it like now that you support Ukraine, you are with Ukraine, and we say thank you from all Ukrainians to Latvian people. So I'm co-founder of one of the leading Ukrainian companies, Cybersecurity Technologies. Also, we have founded a couple of other companies. So before the full-scale invasion, we had just a service company, Cybersecurity Technologies. But after full-scale invasion, we became even stronger. So we created a platform for trainings and ongoing trainings, readiness, cyber ranges. It's called Unit Range. Also, we created Institute of Cyber Warfare Research, where we basically collect different data from technical companies, and this data is very helpful for our government. We provide a lot of support to the Ukrainian government as a responsible business. And also, we created a Kyiv Cyber Resilience Forum. Its forum will be annually, so it already happened 2 times, and I'm inviting you to attend the Kyiv Cyber Resilience Forum next year in Kyiv. It's only offline, so everybody should come to Kyiv. Even during the war, we appreciate all participants, and we also appreciate that last year, Ministry of Defense of Latvia became a partner of our Kyiv Cyber Resilience Forum. For us, it was, very extremely important moment where United States and some other partners, they stepped back, and we were thinking, so what we should do? Do we need to cancel this forum or not? And then we got this message, and I want to thank you especially for Ieva Ilves and the Ministry of Defense of Latvia, that they came to us and said, okay, we will help you. It was morally support, political support, and also financial support. So it was extremely important for us, and we will remember it, for the whole of our life, because in these difficult times, it's extremely important to feel this support. And our forum will be next year, 19th, 20th of February, so please welcome to Kyiv. So basically, excuse me. Today my presentation called Blueprints, Ukrainian Blueprint. So what's happening right now in Ukraine? I will show you a couple of digits. Also, I will explain it with some slides. So how we deal with these problems. This is official statistics from our SSCAP government agency, that we actually every year we get an increasing number of attacks on Ukraine. Every year I am presenting these results, and we still have the increased number of attacks. Even the first part of the 2025, we have 20% increased number of attacks in comparison to for the same period of time in 2024. And what we see actually, the number of this attack increasing, and at the same time, more and more human factor is involved. So, for example, phishing attacks in 2025 increased for 30%. And we see that our enemy, Russians, they use more and more combined attacks. So they just not using just simple phishing, but they combine phishing with disinformation campaign, for example. So, and what we see from our statistic after, when people in panic, so for example, Shahed attack or disinformation campaign, people are in panic, they are tired, and they click phishing more often. So basically, Russians also understand this deviation, this behavior, and so they combine different hybrid attacks on Ukraine. And we learn how to fight against this, because it's not just a simple phishing attacks. Also, what we understand that it's not possible to say all employees just don't do it, or don't use it, or something like this. We should learn, or we should teach them how to actually act, how to be in touch with the new technologies in order they work with technologies in a proper way. So what we see from our experience, that new attacks became more sophisticated, and the number of attacks is constantly rising. In Q1 2025, attacks grow, and around 90% of all attacks were using artificial intelligence. It was AI-driven attacks. And but also, two other most popular vectors of attack is supply chain compromise and disinformation. So what is interesting, like a couple of months ago, we delivered a big international training in Balkans, and it was 8 countries participating, including CERTs and other technical government agencies. And we provided some different challenges, like how attack. So basically, we take Russian attacks and make from challenges from them, and then see how people can react, how people can fight against these attacks. And attacks that were based on AI, technical people could not solve them before the workshops, before the training. So basically, it's something new that it's not so obvious how to solve this problem. So it's something that we have to adapt and have to include in all our business models, that we should teach and learn all the time, because new technologies rising so fast, new technologies arriving all the time. And basically, supply chain compromise, we see that now it's one of the most sufficient attacks, because, for example, in military, in Ukrainian military, you buy a lot of different equipment, software, hardware, or not only military, in financial sector and any other sectors. And you can feel that you cannot provide security for all your suppliers. And quite often suppliers are the one who provide you some viruses and backdoors. And disinformation, of course, disinformation now, like one of the most like also sophisticated attack, because we see how many Russia invest in this disinformation. We'll speak about it a little bit later, but also, so what we should know, what we learn actually from AI, from these AI attacks. We see that sometimes it's forbidden for employees just to use AI or some other approaches that might not really work, because people still using this AI. And if we don't teach them how to use this AI, they use it how they know. And basically, there are a lot of the rise of malicious AI. It's so with malicious AI, hackers create phishing emails, mass disinformation, malicious malware, and so basically AI heavy weaponize like all vectors of attack. And our idea is that we just need to provide knowledge to everyone, not just technical people, but to everyone, how to use this new AI. Because if they use this malicious AI, or black or dark GPT or warm GPT, there are a lot of different like bad GPTs and bad AIs that people can use, and the code can be compromised, code can have backdoors and some other vulnerabilities. So it's better not to forbid it, it's our approach, but to explain what is good, what is not good, how to use it. Yeah, of course, disinformation is now a key problem. It's not only for Ukraine, unfortunately. When I'm traveling in Europe, even in the United States, I see a lot of disinformation on TV, on internet, how actually Russians try to propagate their culture and their approach. So, for example, just recently they allocated $1.4 billion to state propaganda. Can you imagine? It's almost $27 million per week to this huge propaganda machine. They work constantly. 27 million per week, one country that has very good network for propaganda. They can spend it quite effective. And just example, screenshot from YouTube made for me a couple of days ago. So they create a lot of YouTube channels where they propagate, okay, I am American, but it's so nice to visit Russia, it's so good country, and so on, so on. So we should be aware, and we should also make this anti-propaganda. We should explain to everyone what is it, what is false, what is not good, what is true, what is not true. Otherwise, they're still like sometimes one step ahead of us. And also what is important, they involve opinion leaders. So we see a lot of opinion leaders, even in Ukraine, like some people like they are not pro-Russian, but not too pro-Ukrainian. They try to keep on the middle. And so these opinion leaders, basically, they were involved. Some of them even don't know that they're involved in this huge network propaganda machine. So let's be prepared for this, and let's be aware. And also, yeah, so 90... to execute attack, humans live in, and it's still number one. 95% of all attacks belongs to the human factor, to the human error, and all breaches start with human. So basically, this processes, technology, and people. So people and processes is something that we don't like to work a lot. Like we, when SMV, it's a technology companies, because usually we only spend more time, more attention to technology part, to like buying equipment, software, and installing it. But human factor, it's not just enough just to make like one training on Mute, on Zoom, or whatever. So we need to analyze all data that getting from this training. So how people actually, what is their behavior, or what they actually doing, because this allows to predict where the weakest point in the organization, how the hackers will attack your organization, because they usually try to find the weakest link, the easiest way to get in. It was a good example, you know, this in Kyivstar 2000, like 2 years ago, it was 20 million people without internet. It was also human factor was involved in this problem with biggest Ukrainian telecom. What we so basically our approach is to solve this problem fast and continuously. So basically, when we see that there is two largest Russian groups, it's called Smoke Reloader and Da Vinci Group. This hackers group, they focus especially on financial sector. So they target people in the different organization who is responsible for finance. So basically, people who is getting access to the payment system in the companies. So these two groups, they have this focus on this financial sector, and financial sector is number 4 in most attacked now in Ukraine. So basically, our idea is just like we together with National Bank of Ukraine, together with National Security and Defense Council, so coordinator and regulator, we get together Ukrainian banks, and we train a lot of things that a lot of scenarios that happened just last week, we should train it already now. So the idea is just to fast delivery. So basically, everyone should adapt this the speed of this new rising technologies that attacking us. So basically, it's very important to train it like people, not just once per year or something like this. It should be continuous learning process integrated to the business processes. And only when you can like investigate this type of attack from precise Russian group or Chinese group or some other countries, when you can investigate this attack, you can learn accordingly. But it's the vector of the attack, they are changing so fast. Also, one more example, so how we act in Ukraine. So basically, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, it's basically all diplomats on the front, on diplomats front line, let's say. They in embassy attacked so much, and they adopted the internal law, so it certifies its employees in cybersecurity as a core mandatory element in operations. So they actually agreed that every employee in Ministry of Foreign Affairs, like every embassy, including ambassadors here in Latvia and other countries, everyone should learn cybersecurity. we are really happy about this because like it's not possible that just, you know, like one department, one technical department in Ministry of Foreign Affairs can provide knowledges and can provide protection to thousands of people in 60 different countries and different embassies and so on. So it's extremely important to people on the ground, like in different countries, they understand it, they adapt how to use new technologies. Because if people don't know, they provide like these AI tools to the work, they invent some new approach how to use the technology, but they don't use it in a proper way. So basically, it's extremely important to teach everyone, not technical people, how to actually to act. Also, one more example. It's the state operator for non-lethal acquisition. It's called DOT. It's basically Ukraine innovative and transparent state organization. They innovate by building cyber supply chain security hub. So this organization were created just during the war already, so it's a new organization. They're very transparent. They have more than 6,000 suppliers, contractors. So, and everybody is using their system as a dot chain. It's something new. So they decided that they would like to collect, like to provide everyone the knowledge is how to work with them in the correct and proper way in terms of knowledges of cybersecurity. So they mandatory ask everyone to use some tools like in order to not to send this backdoor, not to send this viruses and backdoors like to them. So they build this in system, and right now it's quite successful. Also, what is important is to popularize overall cybersecurity, like a lot in Ukraine because of the war also, but a lot of people from IT, they shift to cybersecurity. We have also cybersecurity in military officially, like it's with more and more people involved in the cybersecurity activities. And basically, to have this popular, to make this popular, we also created the Federation of Cybersecurity Sport Federation, actually, and National Security Cybersecurity Championships, where we involve new people also from regions. And so, like it was just 1 month ago, Championship of Ukraine, or 2 months ago, and we engage in different regions, because previously it was only from the Kyiv, you know, from the capital of Ukraine, we involve people, but now we also local administration were invited to find some people to be involved and so on. So basically it's a cybersecurity movement, but it's also half sport, half IT, but / military. So basically it's we make it more popular. And it's also, together, we always do these activities together with the State Service of Special Communication and Information, National Security Defense Council. These activities was made also with the Ministry of Youth, Sport of Ukraine, and also President of Ukraine came to this first opening ceremony. So it's important to highlight that cybersecurity is something very important. It's important to highlight, like from the first people in the world, or in the country, that they're speaking about cybersecurity, because it's a part of our life. It's not possible to live without it. And it should be. So idea is just not to keep it in our technical bubble, just to explain it to everyone that, okay, it belongs to everyone. It's everyone can be a target. So basically, as a short summary, so we can see that attacks on the rise, so it's still rising quite fast, and AI and combined threats are used quite more and more. So 90% of all attacks using AI right now. It's like some of them are very simple, but some of them, this hybrid attacks, is quite complicated, and so. The next generation, it's hard to stop threats such as disinformation require immediate and strong action. So we should think together how to fight against this disinformation. Because huge machine spending a lot of money like to make this information, and so as for now they're doing it quite well, so we have to act and we have to think how to fight against this. And threats will not stop. Rise and malicious AI makes attacks on people and faster exploitation of vulnerability easier, so they use it they become more and more strong actually, and every year they attack more and more. Ukraine, not only Ukraine, other countries. So let's be together and let's find this approach how to actually survive, how to win, and how to fight this war. But what's the next? So we see that the only way to be well protected actually, it's to know how to attack. It's our approach from Ukraine. It's my personal approach, and I think that every even blue team member should know how to attack and should know how to fight if something happens. So our idea is just an idea, and just idea from myself, but I think that on the level of governments, like between Ukraine and Latvia and other European countries, we can agree that we can make some kind of operations against occupied territory of Ukraine. Because you can see that this is two Russian groups, Gamaredon and Vermin. They are located actually on the occupied territories of Ukraine. But all world confirm that this territory is Ukrainian territory. So basically we can agree that we can train on our territory, but we can make some kind of trainings together. And if we cannot, we should not put any boots on the ground, even like from NATO soldiers, but we can agree between our governments that we start training of cyber deoccupation of these territories. This is just an idea, but I would like we act more proactive, because like it's actually it's our Ukrainians, so we would like to get it back, at least in cyberspace, and I think it's possible. So as for me, I would like, if somebody is like on the government level, I would like willing to join. Let's have some round table. I can help you with some connection with Ukrainian government, because we really would like to be more proactive, at least on these occupied territories. So from my side, it's everything that I wanted to say. We also have a booth here, and would like I will be there probably all day today and tomorrow. I'm welcoming you to visit and continue our conversation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for that valuable presentation. We do have a couple of questions,
sure.
If we may. Are there any observations on which countermeasures are the most effective against current combined attack techniques?
So as I mentioned, so it's they always try different approaches. So one of approaches is hybrid attack, where they combined a couple of different vectors of attack, and basically the person can be prepared for everything. So when it's like disinformation plus phishing plus some DDoS attack, whatever, so people just don't ready for it. And sometimes when they in panic, and in Ukrainian case, it's also a huge attack on drones, on missiles, or whatever. So in this behavior, people really make a lot of mistakes.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned the usage of AI. A couple of questions about that have came in. For example, how do you determine that attacks are assisted by artificial intelligence?
Yeah, it's a very good question. Thank you. So it's even we investigate most of the attacks from Russia, and we make from them like some descriptions of what they exactly to do. But what is important to do also, like to teach just regular people, like regular employees, not technical, I mean people, how to recognize that this is attack. So we, for example, in our trainings, we even ask like public relations department. They see that some disinformation, like some AI-driven attack is coming, so they have to take this attack and go to ask technical people, is it correct? They understand well or not? So basically, they should have this connection on the level between technical and not technical, because if it's a gap, it's a problem.
And maybe continuing on this manner from a different perspective, implementation of AI in government and organizations. That's a trend worldwide, but you have most probably looked thoroughly through it to do it in a safe manner. Are there any tips, tricks, know-how, or maybe guidelines which you follow in any case, whatever tool it may be?
You know, before cybersecurity, I was a scientist in physics. My idea is just you cannot stop the development, you cannot stop the technology. Technology will be rising, will be adapting, like it will be developing. So we should just we should know how to make it in a safe way. So we need to teach everyone how to use it, because sometimes in Ukraine also we see that some Ukrainian institution, they start using artificial intelligence, but not in the very smart way. So they do not explain something. So we try to bring this knowledge like to everyone, but that we should, all technical people should like share this knowledge with non-technical, with executive especially, because executive on each company should, on which company, ministries, they should understand why it's not good just to sell some open AI, because it could be data leakages, right? And some other like problems. So you should pay attention to this process, and you should adopt a safe usage of AI.
I love that you highlighted the human factor, because that's also a topic that will be addressed in all three stages during the event. So you mentioned in your presentation that 95% of breaches start with the human element. And we have a question of that. How do you reach the elderly in raising their cyber resilience? Are there any maybe campaigns, special approaches to that?
Yeah, it's just continuous learning. So it should be the one of the most important part of the business model should be learning part, like, because it should be something that adapted on every country. So the company who will not adopt cybersecurity as a basic thing in the company just will not be competitive in a couple of years.
All right, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, please do approach Yegor during the coffee breaks. But now a round of applause. And as Latvians say, what's important is that your feet are warm. So a gift of gratitude from us as well, cyber socks that you can wear.
Right now.
Exactly. Thank you. A round of applause to Yegor. Thank you very much for coming to Riga and sharing your knowledge and expertise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now a few important words from myself. Don't go anywhere, because I will reveal in the end where you might get a actual PlayStation console. All right, that's a teaser for the end, but in any case, during coffee breaks, do approach the speakers as well, ask them questions, because a lot of the questions I could not attend in the minutes given, but you can approach them during the coffee break. And let me quickly introduce the topics on all three stages after the break. So, this is the CyberChess stage. On this stage, we'll address threat attribution, everything from insight to action and practical attribution. On the Cyber Shock stage, moderated by Bernhards Bloombergs, they will talk about operational technology in the next session, focusing on illuminating dark industrial networks through anomaly detection and bare metal firmware reverse engineering. Say that fast 3 times. On the Cyber Story stage, moderated by Dana Ludviga, they were focused more on crisis and risk management, the human element, the strategic planning, how preparedness exercises and proactive strategy can determine whether an event remains an incident or escalates into a crisis. And while you will be out there, I already mentioned the booths by the partners, and in some booths they invite you in a more special way. For example, Squalio will donate money to the Latvian campaign Dod Pieci. For every feedback form filled, they will gather money and donate in your name. ESET will have interactive activities and prizes that will be given out on the stage at the end of the conference. TET is here with a phishing test. See if you will survive. We've got cool retro computer tech from Biedrība Datoriti. Cloudflare's got a game with prizes as well. You can actually get a Ferrari a Lego Ferrari, but still a Ferrari, at the VMware booth. One lucky winner will get that. And finally, as I promised, where is the PlayStation? Well, it's at the Zscaler booth, which they will give out not at the end of the conference, but tomorrow at 1:15. So make sure to put in your name, go to the lottery draw, and hopefully you walk away with an amazing prize that either you or maybe your kids will use. So either way, everyone is happy. And thanks to our partners, we also have a coffee break, which I invite you to attend right now. And we will see you back on all 3 stages at 11 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much. Have a great coffee break and see you soon. right here at CyberChess. Yes, the rules have not changed this time. We do have a Menti platform for the presenters afterwards. You can write in the code. This time we will not show you the QR code, I'll explain why, but you can write in the code on the Menti platform. Right now you can't scan it. Afterwards we'll just show you the code. This is the platform where you can send in your questions to the speakers, and I will help address them accordingly when that time comes. And why did I mention that you will not be able to take a photo of the QR code? Well, right now I want to explain something, especially for the ones who are here for the first year. There are sessions in the program which are marked TLP Amber, which means some very strict rules which you have to play by if you want to be in the audience. And let me explain. First of all, to the online viewers, if we're still connected, sorry, this session will not be available online and will not be recorded. You can switch to another stage's live stream and enjoy that content. Secondly, which really, I want to stress this, no photos, no videos, and no recordings, all right? We have some very serious looking men right here in the audience that will be taking a close
last year was the first time we did these podcasts, and there were 6 of them, so one during each, one for each break during the last day.
Oh no!
And I was thrown into it last minute, and then.
Okay, technical staff is ready. Then when you are ready, then we can start.
Okay, tur būs kaut kāds intro arī, vai vienkārši?
Ne, jūs vienkārši intro ieliks online.
Tad mēs sākam runāt, principā, kad mēs gribam. Būs kāds laiks arī, vai nebūs?
Mēs varam uzlikt.
Var uzlikt 30 minūtes. Un tik līdz uzliksiet, tad es arī sāku.
Okay,
Awesome. So yeah, there's going to be 30 minutes. I doubt we're going to use all of it because I want you guys to have lunch as well, and I want to eat as well.
I'm so rated. You keep saying it's going to be fast. I'm like 30 minutes. You got 3 people that present quite a bit. I think we'll fill it up. So.
Yeah. So, hello everyone. Welcome back to the CyberChess podcast, which is an exclusive part of content that we offer to our online viewers so that they can enjoy something while everyone else on site is socializing in place. Now, for the first podcast this year, I've chosen a little bit of an extravagant title, Destruction in Production, that is fueled by sort of one of the types of incidents that is occurring more and more. We heard Baiba and Varis talk about it this morning as well, how ransomware cases are becoming more and more apparent, and the impact that they have can be huge, not only financial in terms of potentially paying the ransom, but if it affects production, how the losses can even go to the extreme where people might have to file for bankruptcy. And I've got 3 experts here today who all have a little bit of experience on the topic and with cybersecurity in general. And maybe I'll just quickly start by asking each one of you to give a quick introduction to yourself and potentially what you will be talking about at CyberChess or what you have talked about at CyberChess already. Just a quick introduction. Feel free.
Yeah. Okay. Hi everybody. My name is Pauls Brach. I represent HC Security. And this year we are speaking about a ransomware attack that hit Jelgava Typography, a Latvian company, this summer. And we're going to tell a bit about the challenges and the lessons that we got out of the whole process. Yeah, we are really excited for this talk because Jelgava, I think, is one of the few companies who's willing to talk publicly about these kind of things, and that's really, really important.
Absolutely.
My name is John Strand. I'm the owner of Black Hills Information Security and Anti-Siphon Security Training. And I'm presenting on cyber deception. Is going to be my topic on how to actually track attackers using traps and lures.
My name is Ivan Milenkovic. At present, I work with Qualys, Vice President of Cybersecurity Risk. Nonetheless, until 2 years ago, I was a group CISO of a very large outfit, and I've just delivered a session on one of our biggest incidents. It was the story of weak signals, as I like to call it, but nonetheless, an amazing story about how we managed to figure out what was going on and stop the attack in its tracks before it became rather dangerous for not only our company but our clients as well.
Absolutely, and we've mentioned already 2 incidents here today. Perhaps I'll take a little step back and perhaps either one of you can comment on the sort of initial step before an incident. What can organizations do to protect themselves the most? Varis this morning also mentioned asset management as a very key part of actually knowing your infrastructure, sort of what devices you're using, knowing your inner perimeter, sort of what permissions do what users have to what systems, etc., etc. And obviously, at least in Europe, definitely compliance is a very big topic right now, having to be compliant with a lot of minimal cybersecurity requirements. How can organizations balance these compliance requirements to their operational and technical needs so that, they're not only on paper de facto cybersecurity compliant, but also in practice?
So a couple of quick things. I'll jump in real quick. One, whenever you're looking at compliance, understand it's a roadmap and it's a minimum level framework. It's not an end state of what you should be trying to do. That's the whole nother topic we can get into if you want to a little bit later. But the other thing I would like to say is don't ever trust any of your controls. You should be constantly testing and evaluating that your controls are working effectively and your detective controls are also working. So I'm a huge fan of adversarial simulation. Make sure that you can trigger something with like MITRE Caldera, Atomic Red Team from Canary. Prelude Operator is another tool that you can get for free. You can get a commercial subscription. And you can test your controls to make sure that your alert telemetry is actually working the way it should be working. And then the final thing I'm going to say, there was a great presentation that was just gave by a gentleman from Palo Alto, and he was dumbfounded that attackers are breaking in using like Cisco Smart Install, vulnerabilities that have existed for over 10 years. I will say, and I'd love to hear from Qualys on this as well, so many of what we see in ransomware attacks are not cutting-edge hacker techniques, but a lot of really low-hanging fruit vulnerabilities that should have been addressed a long time ago for many organizations. So do a solid vulnerability assessment platform, do adversarial simulation, make sure that your detective controls are working appropriately.
It's as if both of you actually sat in my session. This is fantastic, because some of the points we discussed were exactly on these topics. So when it comes to visibility, that was, I guess, my biggest point that I left the audience there with. Visibility is such an important thing. Try to really understand whether you do have full visibility of your environment, whether you really understand what's going on. You might have some, dark corners that you're not aware of. Hopefully, not many skeletons in closets, but nonetheless. Kind of moving slightly towards compliance, my big mantra is compliance is only good if it's done as a consequence of you doing those things that need to be done and effectively going towards compliance. If you start with compliance, if that's your primary goal, that's a very, very wrong approach. You make it as a tick box exercise. Yeah, maybe some benefits in short term, long term, definitely more work and more pain, especially what might happen. And again, on your point of controls, again, another big mantra is I associate 3 big C's with controls: coverage, configuration, capability. Understand the coverage, understand the configuration, understand the capability. I'll go the other way around. So capability, is your control actually good at mitigating or remediating a particular risk? Is it really a quality control? Configuration, I don't know how many times I've seen cases where people have the best technology in place, but then someone says, we might affect production, and then what people do is, okay, you know what, we'll leave it fail open. Go figure. And coverage, again, something that beat me in the past life. As I said, do you really understand whether the entirety of your environment is covered? Do you know that every single piece of equipment or whatever else you have in the estate actually is covered by those relevant controls?
Absolutely, and that plays into a multitude of different issues and factors that we could talk about potentially, have it for the coverage as well. You need resources, you need staff that have the knowledge to be able to actually see the coverage, monitor the coverage. You also mentioned about having the best technologies. I think we all know that every best technology also comes with a learning time period of 3 to 6 months to correctly implement, and you also need to spend resources on that. But let's go forward to a real case example. We've talked about what you need to do in order to prevent or to be in the best position possible to prevent an incident. But Pauls, you've worked on an actual ransomware incident, where there was production was affected. It had issues. When systems go down, what are the sort of key factors that you have to take into account as a responder that sort of determines, whether this is going to take hours, days, or weeks, perhaps even?
Yeah, well, in our experience, one of the big questions when we get asked to help companies with these kind of issues is how long the attacker has been inside. If it's not a really sophisticated attack, if only some systems are affected, we might be looking at a better chance of recovery in a fast time. But there are a lot of cases where the attacker has been in the network for weeks, days, or even weeks, you know. And what that means that they have spread out where they can. They have maybe even tried to learn what you are doing. And in this, like, for example, looking at backups, you know, we had a great talk yesterday with a gentleman from the UK. They said, yeah, you might have backups, but the adversaries that are in your network, they understand that you have backups. They understand that you are trying to hide them. If they have the time, they will be looking for them, and so that means that they are not safe, you know.
Just to add something small to that one, if I'm not mistaken, 2 weeks ago, ENISA published their regular annual report. You mentioned the time the attacker spent in. Unfortunately for all of us, the average these days is 9 months. 9 months before actually companies discover they've been compromised. So it's a terrifying stat.
You know, it's interesting about that report because there's actually a little bit of difference in opinion, right? Some of the studies that are out there are saying that the dwell time for attackers has dropped down to less than a month. And then that report said 9 months. Now, what's interesting about that one, and the reason why I agree with that one more, is they are taking the concept of ransomware threat actors and then removing it. And what I mean by that is if a ransomware attacker gets access to an environment and within 24 hours takes down that environment, we shouldn't get credit for that. Like, we shouldn't say, hey, we were good, we caught them in a day. No, we didn't catch them. They announced themselves. So, you know, I remember probably the past couple of years, there's been a lot of people in the industry saying, hey, we're finally doing better. They're not dwelling as long. No, the attackers are just announcing faster. And that's not something we should take pride in this industry. So I agree completely with that report and their approach for controlling for that.
Yeah. And it's absolutely scary. Just another fact, I don't want to bamboozle people with facts, but again, when we look at what was going on with, you know, exploiting new 0 days and stuff like that, in the past, you had couple of months, whatever, then it was down 2 days. The latest stat that I found amazing is actually -1. So on average, someone is capable of leveraging a 0 day 1 day before it gets announced, which is staggering again. So yes.
No, a lot of good points, and I really personally love the comment about the dwell time, and I think it's something that should be said louder and to a wider audience, that the attackers are actually just announcing themselves, and you know, they're not being discovered per se. One of the things that I usually I've thought about as well, we've mentioned vulnerabilities and, you know, the Cisco smart installs as well, where the vulnerabilities are low-hanging fruit, 10-year-old vulnerabilities and such. Is one of the issues that you sometimes see when working with organizations is perhaps the reason is also being understaffed and a lack of resources, but they perhaps try and focus on compliance only on their outer perimeter. Now, what I'm thinking about as well is, you know, they might think that they have vulnerabilities on edge devices per se or Exchange servers, and if they patch those, they're safe. But as we saw in a lot of talks as well today, and a lot of us know that the initial access is usually because of a human, whether it be a compromised email account or a compromised VPN account. And for actually the devices that are located inside the inner perimeter are not patched and can further disrupt an attack. What are your thoughts on that?
So I'm going to say yes and no. So yes, we are seeing unpatched vulnerabilities, but I think the definition of what a vulnerability is evolved over the past 5 years. So if you're looking at traditional vulnerabilities, if you go back to Renault and Nessus and all that, we're going to scan and we're going to find vulnerabilities and then we're going to patch them. And we still haven't gotten on top of that. Many organizations are still struggling with that. But as that particular issue hasn't been addressed, as much as I'd like to see it, the whole other part of vulnerabilities that is completely missing from the vulnerability attack profile is post-exploitation, lateral movement. Active Directory configuration, cloud configuration. These are vulnerabilities that you can't find easily by running a traditional scanner where you're just scanning an IP address looking for vulnerabilities. You need to be looking at the configuration of your Active Directory environment, use something like Pingcastle, or you need to be looking at your cloud environment if you're looking for free tools like Scout, Road Tools, what's the other one? Oh, I completely forgot. Graph Runner, one of the ones that we wrote, to look at your configuration and your security vulnerabilities as it exists in the cloud. And so many organizations haven't even gotten to step 1, and the attackers are on step 5. So I think it's easy to say, you know, oh, they just aren't patching vulnerabilities, but I think so many organizations haven't realized how the attack surface has expanded dramatically over the past 5 years.
Yeah, and I also really liked what you said about the adversary simulation. We are also big fans of them because one of the questions is, are your technical controls working? And then if we start a real simulation, we see, are your plans working? Are your people working as they should? If a crisis strikes, even if you have a business continuity plan, do you know how to use it? Is it even eligible? Is it still working because you wrote it like 2 years ago and you've changed your whole system?
Yeah, I just want to use a quick example. We were working a ransomware case for one of our customers, and just as an example, I'm not going to name the vendor. I don't think they're here. I don't think they're one of our vendors that's up here. But in the middle of the incident, this is an organization that had 25,000 nodes, and we tried to query their EDR, and their EDR capped the results that they would give you for any query at 10,000. How are we supposed to do IR?
You can't do your job then, yeah.
You just can't. So that gets into the testing and evaluation. It would have been nice to have ran up against that before the incident occurred.
Great, and I'd just like to chime in. Paul mentioned people. When it comes to vulnerabilities, all too often we focus our minds on technical vulnerabilities, you know, missing patches, whatever, but unfortunately goes so further than that. You can have technical vulnerabilities, you can have process vulnerabilities, you can have people vulnerabilities, and it's all the stuff that needs to be addressed. So yes, low-hanging fruit definitely, but don't get too narrow on just technology and missing patches. It can be so much more.
And what would your absolutely, and we've talked about, you know, the consequences of an incident as such, and you know, we mentioned compliance beforehand as well. Thinking now, a lot of companies, as I mentioned before, are understaffed. The resources are limited. What, in your opinions, would be the sort of best, let's say, places to start in order to sort of protect themselves against a ransomware incident? Or perhaps, Pauls, what are the first initial things that stood out to you, or that, you know, that could have been better?
I'm going to jump in real quick and kind of take that a slightly different angle. AI hit the scene in computer security just when we needed it. If you look at the growing complexity that we have in computer security, we cannot keep up. We have all these legacy vulnerabilities, we have legacy systems, and then at the exact same time, we're having organizations that are dropping on us new cloud services that we do not have time to address. It got here just in time. But instead of looking at this technology and saying, this can be an enabling technology to finally help us get legacy technology, get that 80-20 principle, get the easy 80%, get that taken care of, so many organizations looked at it and said, you know what we can do now? We can lay off 40% of our security team. They took the wrong lesson, and literally we just got this amazing tool that can help us, and they cut off the ability to hire junior people. They looked at how they can downsize their staff to try to reduce the cost center of computer security. And for that, that's something that's very, very hard for me that I'm seeing in the industry, because we have, I mean, vendors have been working really hard to give us the tools we need, but you need people to drive those tools.
And it's not like this is a new problem as well, if you think about it. You know, cybersecurity and the funding that it has received over the past few years, basically since it became an apparent topic, has always been minimal, has always had very little funding, and there is the analogy of the of the fighter jet from World War II, you know, that flew back, landed, and you know, had the bullet holes in all the wings, and that was the places where, you know, it went to get
survivor bias, yeah.
Survivor bias, and yeah, it is a shame essentially that, you know, we are getting technologies that can help us and aid us, and as you said, you know, they're just taking the completely wrong angle and getting the wrong thing out of it.
I would like to get your take, right? AI would be great at helping detect that type of incident, dealing with the incident that you're talking about. At the end of the day, you had people that had to work that incident.
Yeah,
and it's not something that just can be automated completely away. It requires people.
Exactly, yeah. AI right now, I think, seems like the golden bullet for some companies. As you said, in Latvia, we have a real shortage, as everywhere, I guess. And there are companies who are asking us, could we just, or for example, we are even seeing when communicating with the companies, with IT people, we are seeing that their answers are generated. You understand, they are already using the AI, you know, for security questions, and then a ton of questions arise. How do you know that the information given to you is correct? You know. Is it correct for your company or just in a whole situation? It's a really tough question, and we are also, as protectors, we also understand that AI could be benefiting us, but we are seeing so many problems with OpenAI and other big solutions, where you can simply put in a question and it will always answer you. It will always be supportive, right? But it will maybe not give you the bad news, the challenging facts.
I'll be a little bit extreme and say as well that I think OpenAI also fits the description of destruction in production. Sometimes if AI models are implemented to you know, basically take the job of software developers and then potentially cause some issues that have global outages. But yeah.
To add a couple of things, as an ex-practitioner, again, you guys raised some fantastic points. Something that you mentioned and I have a personal gripe with is security is still in many places seen as a cost center. I think that's a tragic thing. The only ever way for companies to move forward and to actually do something different is to realize that security is huge part of the trust. So it's not the cost center, it is something that in many cases directly underpins and supports the business and effectively helps businesses build trust with third parties, with their clients and so on. Only then you do have a chance to actually do something slightly differently. And also when it comes to staff shortages, one of the things I always try doing is actually get to change the culture, to influence the culture in a company, because ultimately if the only people that care about security in the company are the people from the security team, again, you're doomed. You must get to the stage where pretty much all staff appreciate certain things and act as part of the ecosystem that is, you know, trying to stay resilient.
And do you know what companies I see that security culture in? Companies that have been breached. It's almost like they have to learn that lesson to develop that culture. And even then, that culture is fleeting. It lasts a short period of time, and then it fades away.
Yeah, and just to add to that, many times when we are working with manufacturing companies, we see that even the IT people are short-staffed, right? And when working with manufacturing, you see that in some of the companies, the IT is still seen as an add-on to the business, you know, not an integral part. And if the IT is an add-on, then cybersecurity is
an add-on to the add-on.
Yeah, exactly. And so you cannot ask the business leaders to push money into something that, in their eyes, is not so important.
You need JLR. You think JLR in the UK will have the same opinion going forward?
I think Jaguar will definitely have a different opinion going forward. But no, absolutely.
Are they back yet? Are they still down? I haven't seen in the news.
Yeah, I also don't know.
Was it billions of dollars lost? Is that
last report 1.9 billion?
A lot of zeros. I'll have to check that in a minute as well. But yeah, absolutely. You know, cybersecurity is something that you need to have funding and spend on. And yes, it is difficult to see the return on investment if the return on investment is not being breached. It's a sort of philosophical grey area that, you know, business management has to envisage. But John, you mentioned as well, you know, the best learning or the best way to accept that you need cybersecurity in your experience has been to be breached and learn from that experience. But you've taught and engaged with hundreds of organizations. Perhaps you found some sort of argument how you can get to management and upper management and actually influence the culture so that they can accept the information with open hands before being breached?
No. I mean, I'm sorry to be blunt. We have a little bit of a selection bias at BHIS. We don't really have an outbound sales team. All of it's inbound. And we do about 700 assessments per year. And a lot of the people that we're working with are people that have been practitioners. They've worked up the ranks. They understand that value. And that is becoming the norm, I think, in a lot of IT management, CTO, CISO type roles. The days, I mean, if you go back like 10, 15 years ago, the CISO would be the brother of the owner of the company's golf caddy, right? We need to have a CISO. Hey, Bill, you're a good drinking buddy. You tell good jokes. You can be a CISO, right? Those days are becoming, they're fading. And I think that that's a good thing. And one of the things I love to see is now I'm seeing companies when they're looking for the CTO, they're looking for a CISO role. Whenever they look at someone's resume, they're looking for the resume of people that have been in the trenches and have dealt with large-scale breaches because they know that they have that experience, rather than looking at that as some historical personal failing. So I think it's getting better. We're seeing people that are rising up the ranks, kind of a meritocracy. It's not happening as fast as I'd like to see it. But overall, I'm seeing more and more people whenever I sit down and have conversations with people that are in those leadership positions. They have great stories about the previous breaches that they've worked. So as much as you were up at night, you were stressed out, and you were working that is something that's going to feed your career and really, really help you, I think, rather than being a hindrance like it was for us, 15, 20 years ago. People would say, oh, wow, that person was part of that company and they got breached. We don't want to hire them. Now they're actively seeking people with that experience.
Yeah, and to jump on that, also, I think there's a stone to be thrown in our garden from the technical side. We are the cybersecurity experts, but we do not know how to communicate the issues with the business side. And then we don't understand why doesn't the business side invest more? We are telling them about technical vulnerabilities, about some risks, but we need to work better in communicating the message of security, communicating the risks clearly, right? And also communicating maybe the small breaches more, because if the breaches are only a cybersecurity issue, the business side might not even know about them. We are drowning in issues, we are up all night, but the business thinks it's all okay because it doesn't go up the chain.
Spot on. Again, as security professionals, we need to start talking the language of business. We need to start talking money. But to add to that, there is a change, and I can see, that light at the end of the tunnel is slowly appearing. So Richard Horne, Chief Executive of the UK's National Cybersecurity Centre, 2 weeks ago, NCSC published their annual report, and the big headline, the quote from Richard was, "It's time to act." And basically, openly, NCSC states that there is an imminent threat from cybersecurity to the national security and the economic health. And I think they're openly asking all businesses to act on it, which is on one side great news because, again, companies, executives can't hide behind ignorance anymore. That's a first step, I guess, but definitely we need to come to the party ready. We as in security professionals need to be ready to explain to our businesses where the issues are, why the issues are there. We need to educate them.
So I want to talk about explaining security to management, okay? I think a lot of people in security, whenever we're saying you got to be able to speak business, I think that a lot of people in IT, they watch movies like Wall Street and they think they have to communicate like that, and they're missing the point. So I'm going to give you some advice. If you're going to talk to managers, don't ever go into a meeting with management trying to dazzle them with your technical brilliance, ever. Whenever you're talking to management, the only thing that they want to know, there's two things. Number one, what are the levers that they can pull? And number two, have you done your due diligence? If you go into that conversation and you expect them to understand what you're talking about and you start getting into a bunch of technical jargon and you're trying to dazzle them with your brilliance, you've already lost them. But if you go in and very clearly state, here's what I need from management, they're going to push back. We call it belly button poking, where they poke you just a little bit to make sure that you've thought through your thesis, right? Then you can get technical and show that you've thought this through. Think about what the questions they're going to ask. Have you all evaluated alternatives? What are the costs of the alternatives? What is the cost of doing nothing? Be ready for those questions. Don't get offended. But always go in and very clearly and upfront give them the levers that you need them to pull, give them options, and be ready to answer questions that you've clearly thought your solutions through.
Yeah, I think that's an amazing point to finish on, and thank you for that. And in general, thank you all for accepting to be part of this podcast. And I think it was a very good discussion. I enjoyed it a lot myself. So enjoy the rest of the conference while you can. You two still have talks to go throughout the time, so enjoy those as well. Have good discussions, and once again, thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
After lunch, my name is still Artis Ozolinš, and I'm happy to see you all here as we continue this panel and this session on future resilience. And future is safe only if we work together and if you send in your questions. Of course, the order has not changed. We're using the Menti platform, and you can scan a QR code during the presentations or write in a code, which you can write down right now, 22074740. Either way will work, and I hope that you will send in your questions during the talk so that I have them in front of me once the Q&A session begins. All right, we'll start our next session with a very special guest and her keynote speech on cyber resilience in an uncertain world, confronting the threats of the next decades. Our guest will be joining us online because she is representing Australia. Australia is taking a whole nation approach to building cyber resilience and building capacity and seeking to shape the international efforts to meet the global challenges that we are facing wherever we are. So joining us online with her extensive background in cybersecurity, working with international partners, government and industry, let's welcome to CyberChess, Australia's Ambassador for Cyber Affairs and Critical Technology, Miss Jessica Hunter. A round of applause. Welcome, Jessica, to CyberChess.
Well, thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from Australia. As mentioned, I'm Jess Hunter, and I'm Australia's Ambassador for Cyber and Critical Tech. It is my pleasure to be here with you all today and to provide effectively some framing insights and share an Australian perspective ahead of the panel. I am sorry that I'm not there in person with you all, and it would have been a much more civilised hour if I was, but please bear with me this evening. I also do extend my thanks to the Ministry of Defence for the invitation to set the scene for this strategic session this afternoon. So I thought this afternoon I would share with you a bit of my journey in cybersecurity, specifically the threat changes I've witnessed, and to share how Australia is using a broad toolkit coupled with our partners to foster resilience, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region, despite the uncertain world that we're living in. And a key theme you'll hear me talk about in today's speech is the partnerships with friends and allies being more critical more than ever now, and effectively that we are not to leave anyone behind in the quest to achieve cyber resilience. And so with that bit of framing, a bit about me, I've spent the last 20 years as an incident responder, a VR researcher, an advocate for cyber uplift programs, and I've seen the cyber community move from a reactionary response posture to focus more on core resiliency and hardening. And I've led and responded way too many national incidents to count, and have assisted government and industry to work through the usual cycle of a crisis to the response to then rebuild and revalidate controls. And I've seen cyber be used recently to shape geopolitical outcomes. I've briefed boards on really clear messages to ensure cyber is not considered just a technical problem, and it's not a set and forget, but is really a whole of agency and whole of nation responsibility. And over this time, I've learned no one is immune, no entity is immune. Defenders really need to harden all surfaces, whereas we all know an attacker needs to only find that one weakness or that one vulnerability. So us defenders really cannot do this alone. We need the scale and the strength of partnerships, industry, government, law enforcement, and across borders with our partners, many of whom are in the conference sitting in here today. So with that framing, I'll share Australia's perspective. And we'll see whether the evolving threat that I see across my landscape. And I'm sharing this for you to consider any commonalities that you also see across the networks that you may be monitoring or responsible for in your countries, or also how adversaries are using some of these weaknesses to achieve some of their own political goals. So no surprise, in today's hyper-connected world, cybersecurity has become a central pillar, but it's a pillar now of resilience, economic stability, sovereignty, and very clearly in the last few years, national security. In my mind, gone are the days when cybersecurity was really the sole remit of an IT department, and the rise and increasingly sophisticated attacks coupled with mounting geopolitical tensions really demands that fundamental shift in strategy. and cybersecurity in this regard is integrated as a critical component of global stability. I don't need to tell most of in the audience today that we're confronting unprecedented challenges, but the geopolitical aspects of fractured alliances, weakened global institutions, tariff shocks, and distributed supply chains all actually play into the cybersecurity ecosystem. We're witnessing unprecedented technology advances that are both positive, but they expand the attack surface and introduce new novel cyber threats, many of them, frankly, in the state-sponsored area. And state-sponsored activity has definitely blurred the lines now between espionage, sabotage, and hybrid warfare. No one is more aware of this than many of you in the audience in the EU states, with Russia's invasion of Ukraine demonstrating cyber attacks targeting critical infrastructure, vulnerable info systems, and truly disrupting essential services to inflict physical harm. And you're right in titling the panel that I'm setting the scene for, the resilience in an uncertain world. But if my time has taught me anything, I still remain a little bit of an optimist. So you'll hear that throughout my speech today. So if I pivot to Australia and give you a bit of a sense of what we're seeing, obviously our geographic isolation is no defence to cyber incidents. So in Australia, the Australian Signals Directorate, our national cyber centre, receives one report of cybercrime every 6 minutes. State-sponsored cyber actors continue to pose a serious and growing threat, and particularly, like many of those in the audience, they target networks operated by Australian governments. We've seen them pre-position in critical infrastructure and businesses, and some of these are opportunistic, but some are also targeted. If I reflect on the last 2 decades in cybersecurity, where I've been fighting hand in hand with some of the malicious cyber actors, I have seen a shift in recent times. And just listening to the podcast just before I came on, I can see some reflections from some of those panel members as well. But I talk about 3 S shifts: scale, sectors, and severity. The first is a shift in scale of the malicious activity, and that's also the scale of harm. The time from known vulnerability release to compromise is counted in seconds now, no longer days or hours. And the impact and scale of the data breaches which we've seen have long-term consequences for future compromises. We've seen AI expedite this further. And in one specific example, close to home in Australia, a ransomware attack resulted in about 6.5 terabytes of data being exfiltrated, but impacted nearly 13 million Australian customers in terms of their health-associated data. And that continues to impact those customers years after those types of data breaches come out. The shift in sectors is really the hit in the malicious activity away from what would be traditionally seen as attacking government or high entities in critical infrastructure. We've now seen in the last year in Australia a significant increase in ransomware against different sectors, particularly the healthcare sector. In fact, in the last year of 24 to 25, ransomware incidents against the health sector doubled in numbers that were reported to our National Cyber Centre. So a direct impact to our citizens, which brings that economic resilience thread and that national security thread to the bear. We've also seen a shift in the third S, which is severity of activity. Gone are the days, and I know others have reflected on this already in the conference, of the sort of quiet espionage intrusions, infiltrating networks and dwelling for years, and then stealthily exfilling data. The greatest shift I've witnessed is really that disruptive nature of the incident, the disruptive, hello, I'm here on your network and want to take action. And most of you in the audience might instantly think of ransomware attacks when we talk disruptive. Yes, frankly, it is continuing to be the most disruptive type of attack in Australia, with nearly 46% of incidents reported associated with ransomware. But actually, we're seeing a real increase in denial of service attacks, almost a 280% increase in DDoS attacks in the last year. And whilst from a technical perspective, not very sophisticated, the impact that it has to confidence of citizens and key services has a significant severity score around the harm caused. And as I mentioned earlier on the scale, I mentioned data breaches. I feel like in Australia, we've entered the era of data breaches. So we've been a victim of many high-profile data breaches in the last few years. And I might just briefly touch on 4 of them because they do illuminate the sort of national security resilience piece that I'll talk about throughout the speech. First is a major telco company, Optus's data breach in 2022 with a misconfigured API, which led to the exposure of personal information of nearly 10 million customers. The second was a major health insurance provider, Medibank, breach in 2022. A ransomware attack exposed sensitive medical and personal data of 9.7 million customers, with the data eventually released on the dark web after the ransom demand was not met. We then in 23 saw the Latitude financial data breach, and this impacted over 14 million individuals across Asia Pacific, but specifically Australia and New Zealand. And then most recently this year, a major airline data breach, personal data of almost 6 million customers, 5.7 million customers, stolen through a third-party platform, which was breached by hackers. So you'll see a trend. None of these were sophisticated O-days, and this is a trend I know many of you in the audience have discussed. These were a result in some instances of basic hygiene being taken advantage of when it wasn't to the right level, and very common vulnerabilities which have been around for many, many years. Nearly 2/3 of the Australian population have been impacted by a cyber incident, and I reflect on these incidents because actually there have been quite hard lessons for Australians. They have brought to the forefront and centre the risks posed by cyber incidents and the value of PII data. And I flag them because as a result of these, we've really changed in Australia how we handle cybersecurity resilience and how it's shifted into a key government priority, which has changed the toolkits that we are using. So to the panel's questions around resilience in an uncertain era, I thought I'd pivot to my optimistic side and just share with you what Australia's government response has been, what's changed in our toolkit, and what we're rethinking in terms of cybersecurity, particularly as a fundamental now of national prosperity in this uncertain time. So with the backdrop of understanding some of those major incidents, Australian government took a forward-leaning approach with our cyber resilience toolkit. We're taking a holistic whole-of-economy approach, looking at domestic regulatory approaches to strengthen resilience, as well as international capacity building efforts to protect our closest neighbours from the spread of some of these cyber threats and trends. The Australian government adopted a 2023 to 2030 Australian cybersecurity strategy, which, as I mentioned, is a whole of nation, but really a roadmap which makes us become a world leader in cybersecurity by 2030. But importantly, it recognises the layered approach to cybersecurity and a layered defence mechanism. Strategy has 6 cyber shields, and none of these will be a surprise, but I flagged them because at a government level that we've captured all the different layers. First is strong businesses and citizens. Second is safe technology. Third is world-class threat sharing and blocking. Fourth is protected critical infrastructure. Fifth is sovereign capabilities. And the 6th one, which I'll discuss a little bit in more detail, is a resilient region and global leadership. Importantly, our strategy doesn't sit on the shelf like many business continuity plans for those who haven't been impacted. It's structured around 3 action horizons, the first being to build those foundations, the next being to scale our maturity, and the third to position Australia as that cyber leader, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region. Australian government is shortly moving from our Horizon 2, which is building those foundations, to move into, from Horizon 1 to move into Horizon 2. Horizon 1 being foundations, Horizon 2 being about embedding strong cyber standards and practices and empowering our businesses and citizens to protect themselves. This is by enhancing frameworks, developing a workforce and a cyber-skilled workforce, and importantly, driving the national cyber resilience through a range of different ecosystems. The shift really makes it clear to the Australian audience, but those in our region as well, that quick defences are giving way to a cultural and systemic resilience pivot, where prevention begins well before technical standards are set. And we don't always in Australia want to be the ambulance for IR, though I'm very cognizant of a lot of CERT colleagues in the audience. There will always be a role for IRs and CERT, but really it's about taking a more strategic resilience approach. In terms of reforms and regulation, which always feels like a challenging perspective, but it is one of the additional levers. We've enabled stronger reporting on ransomware payments to the government, mandatory security standards for IoT and smart devices, enhanced protections for critical infrastructure, including new legislation around reporting obligations and standards, and an emphasis really heavily on building sovereign cyber workforce and the domestic industry. This brings in our citizens, our subject matter experts, our large business, government and infrastructure, and all of them have a part to play in the cyber resilience ecosystem. Importantly, though, coupled with all of those mechanisms, we are continuing to use all arms of statecraft to deter and impose costs, particularly on state and non-state malicious actors, really pivoting away from it being a technical problem. So much like my FCDO colleagues who briefed this morning, Australia has really stepped up our efforts to raise awareness on the threats and impose costs to deter the adversary. So we have established a new thematic sanctions framework in relation to cyber incidents, and that commenced in 2021. And this really speaks to the panel's conversation around an uncertain world and what deterrence mechanisms exist for governments. Together with our international partners, including those on the panel here today, we have imposed 4 sets of cyber sanctions on Russian cyber criminals, 10 on individuals and 1 on an entity. And since the beginning, oh, there we've lost power in Australia. Give me one moment. There we go. I'm sure this is like everyone else in their office late at night. And since the beginning of 2024, with tangible impact, we can see that the costs and reputational effects of our cyber criminal ecosystem have been damaged as a result of some of those sanctions. In the same period, Australia joined and supported 9 attributions of malicious cyber activity against state-based or backed or state-affiliated actors, and we led a technical advisory co-sealed with Five Eyes partners, Germany, Japan, and the Republic of Korea, all of which attributed malicious cyber activity to state-backed actor APT40, including issuing statements of support for attributions made by partners. Like some of the discussions from earlier today, we assess that attributions and advisories both damage reputations of the states we call out, but help also raise awareness of TTPs of those actors to enable the community, industry in particular, and network defenders to better defend themselves and really call to arms that need for an action. With these cyber threats set to increase, Australia will continue to deepen our collaboration with existing and international partners on cyber defensive measures and deterrence measures, including attribution of malicious cyber activity, and we'll continue to issue cyber technical advisories to share, as well as further implementation of our sanctions. But we're also very cognizant that as we continue to build these efforts, we need to build a broader coalition of international partners, and that includes many of the EU nations present, Pacific and Southeast Asia, any of whom are willing to join our deterrence activities. I should say, when we talk deterrence and all levers available for resilience, the other really critical lever is multilateral processes on cyber. And whilst these are much longer term approaches, they are working and they remain critical, and they're still one of our diplomacy levers in terms of enabling global resilience. Australia has recently welcomed the establishment of the new permanent UN global mechanism, which institutionalises cyber discussions and continues to uphold and advance the framework for responsible state behaviour in cyberspace. As many of you will know, the framework sets clear expectations through application of existing international laws in cyberspace, including 11 voluntary non-binding norms and 8 confidence-building measures and capacity-building initiatives. And last weekend, I was very proud of Australia, along with 64 other states, who signed the UN Convention Against Cybercrime in Hanoi. I had the privilege of being present for that signing in Hanoi, and what a momentous moment in the fight against cybercrime. The convention will harmonise both cybercrime legislation, strengthen investigation and cooperation, and narrow the operating scope for organised crime groups. We're particularly proud of the role that was played with many of the negotiations in shaping provisions to prevent technically facilitated toolkit in terms of cyber resilience. I do also want to turn to my own backyard now, which is very far away from many of you over in Europe. And that backyard is the Indo-Pacific and the Asia-Pacific, which really is in a very interesting time frame in terms of their digital competition at the moment. In recent years, Southeast Asia has been one of the fastest growing global regions, and all its settings: demographics, economic openness, political stability, and ambition. It means that it will drive global economic growth through to 2040 and beyond. And the Pacific component of that is navigating a digital transition that will shape their economic development, national security, and geopolitical alignment. The question is no longer whether they will connect in the digital world, but with whom. So when we talk about connectivity in the Pacific, because I appreciate it's a long way away, we're not talking about bringing Netflix to the region, though that's a great benefit. We're actually talking about connectivity to the most isolated of nations, allowing specialist medical staff to remote access into Pacific hospitals, students to access online courses, and commerce to access the internet. It's effectively their pathway for economic development. Currently, the Pacific depends on a very fragile undersea set of cables, bringing government processes online, modernising digital infrastructure, and promoting e-commerce will introduce further security risks. And as countries vie for primacy in the region, cyber operations can function as a tool of coercion or competition to influence the balance of power across the Asia-Pacific region. Australia's interest in our capacity building in Asia-Pacific region is to ensure it was working with a trusted partner who prioritises security and prosperity. And the time to act in that region is now. The Pacific especially is receiving regular offers from non-trusted partners to support uplifted digital infrastructure, including cloud, AI, and data centres. And Australia, with many of you, hopes to ensure the region's digital future is built and operated by trust and secure infrastructure. The Pacific and Southeast Asia colleagues are facing converging transnational and geopolitical threats that extend the capacity of any single country to address. And left undressed, these vulnerabilities create strategic openings that external actors can exploit to embed influence within local institutions. So Australia is doing quite a bit in our capacity building in the region, but I know in talking with many of the folks who are in the conference at the moment, there is a willingness for a broader community to come together. From the Australian perspective, in terms of resilience and capacity building, we have committed over $80 million across 4 years to support specific efforts in the Pacific and Southeast Asia on cybersecurity. This includes cybersecurity assistant teams to respond to cyber crises in the Pacific, cloud pilots to encourage and demonstrate transition to trusted infrastructure, PDNS feasibility studies with the objective of creating regional PDNS solutions, tabletop exercises to the point made earlier in the podcast. You've got to test your humans and your technical processes. And then, of course, CERT training, threat hunting, and VA capabilities across the Pacific. But noting many of you who are attending today, I wanted to share how we can partner together to support the Asia-Pacific region and hopefully stimulate a conversation in the panel around different types of capacity building resilience. Australia's interest is to ensure the Pacific is working with trusted partners who prioritise security and prosperity. If Australia and our partners don't fill this gap, it does leave a vacuum. We've hosted many cyber weeks, particularly in the Pacific, which bring together the Pacific key partners, but also key donors to talk through cyber capacity building initiatives to get sort of a coalition together of sovereign digital infrastructure. And we continue to support Pacific and Southeast Asia's who will likely require strong leadership and risk-taking approach to public-private partnerships. As the nature of global alliances is shifting, Australia is looking to partner with like-mindeds across the Indo-Pacific and the EU, and to ensure that we have a trusted digital ecosystem. And some of the ways that we can do that are Australia and European nations working together to foster a more competitive, safe, and inclusive digital ecosystem in the Indo-Pacific. We can also position ourselves as trusted brokers between some of your countries and the Indo-Pacific region by facilitating dialogues, overcoming regulatory barriers, fostering market access to trusted digital services and infrastructure vendors, and to empower countries to adopt digital capabilities securely aligned with each of their sovereign national priorities. So you've heard a very key theme throughout most of my discussion this afternoon, which is around partnerships, remaining that key to building resiliency. So as I circle all the way back to the beginning, as I mentioned to you, the 3 S's, there's a change in scale, a change in sectors, and a change in severity of the threats that we're all up against. This new era of rapidly evolving cyber capabilities, artificial intelligence, and other technologies is changing the nature of the geostrategic competition more fundamentally than at any other point in history. But we aren't alone. With a partnered approach, we can counter these threats, but we need to send in the incident response ambulance. We need to scale our diplomacy to capacity build our regions, and the solutions need to be all-encompassing of a toolkit available. A layered approach, so our incident responders aren't the only ones on the front lines. Our diplomats, our industry, our regulators, and our law enforcement also have a role to play. We actively encourage supporting multilaterals and the collective action to maintain a secure cyberspace, and partnerships. These need to remain both global and regional. I trust the panel members are hopefully now warmed up and ready to start the debate, and I look forward to continuing to partner with many of you as we consider what cyber resilience looks like in an uncertain world. I challenge you too to be a little bit of an optimist like me. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jessica. A round of applause. A round of applause is due. I'm happy that you're okay. At one point I thought hackers were getting to your electricity system, but internet is good, electricity is good, so we are ready to go to our Q&A. We got a few interesting questions. Let's take this one. What's the proportion for tax, government versus companies? What is targeted most?
That's a great question. It's a little bit of a balance and it changes over the years. I would say at the moment in Australia, we recently released our Australian Cyber Threat Report, and the bulk of attacks that we're seeing are actually hitting industry. So it's the private sector that we're seeing in terms of volume and scale.
Mm-hmm. Would you say that is the biggest difference when it comes to geographical location, as we are located next to our threat actors? You seemingly, when looking at a map on a island, on a protected land far away from threat actors, what would you say are the biggest differences when it comes to this? Or nowadays, it doesn't matter where you are, we're all in the same boat?
I would say we're all in the same boat. I often say I'm at the very bottom of the internet, but that doesn't stop any of the cyber criminals or state actors. There's no boundaries in the digital environment. Mm-hmm. Sadly for us, an isolated Australia would have been helpful from a cyber perspective, but no change there.
Mm-hmm. Then we got some interesting AI-related questions. How do you approach the question of accountability when AI systems make or assist a cybersecurity attack or decision?
Yeah, it does make attribution trickier. I will absolutely call that out. It's more of an interesting forensic problem for some of our forensic analysts. It does make it trickier, but I will say the flip side is also true. It does help us defend more. So we're able to quickly triage and manage logs like we wouldn't have been able to in the past, and the speed of which we can actually process some of our defensive capabilities, particularly at the gateway level, are enhanced by some of the AI capabilities. So it's a double-edged sword in that regard.
Mm-hmm. Another AI question, are you preparing for adversarial AI scenarios, for example, when attackers use generative AI to poison data, manipulate models, or even mimic human analysts?
We are preparing, but we've seen it already. So we've already had live experiences of managing some of those types of incidents. And they are more challenging to understand. And again, it comes to scale. It's much easier from an AI perspective to send millions of phishing scams than it would have been traditionally when you had to tailor them specifically for the target. But as I mentioned, there's always that flip that we can, from a defender perspective, use it to our advantage as well.
Mm-hmm. You already sort of showed the ways to cooperate and what are the points of interest, but maybe you can highlight where do you see that competencies from Latvia, from the government, from business side, as we have business representatives in the audience as well. Where do you see some points of interest where we could work together more in the future for both of our benefit?
Oh, there's heaps of areas of interest and mutual benefit. Particularly, I think From a European perspective, you do see slightly different threats. Sometimes the threat actor will come through Europe before they come into the Asia-Pacific region. So getting ahead of that threat curve and sharing that information, sharing those IOCs on a really quick basis. Also, extensive use of understanding how to protect cloud capabilities. Again, different uses within the European context from a company perspective to what we're seeing and using in Australia. And frankly, a lot more use of, a lot more visibility of malicious activity combined with kinetic action. So actually seeing the non-kinetics of cyber combined with kinetic warfare. We don't have that level of experience in Asia-Pac, an Australian perspective. So that is a very unique value add to bring back into our region.
Mm-hmm. Jessica, I have to thank you for Australia being so much a part of the EU, not just Eurovision, a country participating there, but also sharing our common vision of a united front against cyber threats. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause to our dear guest, Jessica Hunter, Australia's Ambassador for Cyber Affairs and Critical Technology. Thank you, Jessica, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you so much. Take care, everyone.
Thank you. All right, and we are moving with this keynote speech into our next discussion panel. It is good to switch things up, make it interesting for you on this stage, but the thing that doesn't change is the Menti platform. Either use the QR code or the number that will be shown on the screen also during the next panel discussion, and I will also help our dear moderator get these questions so that you are the ones who are asking the important questions that are that you are interested in, and let's see how it goes. But for this next panel discussion on cyber resilience in an uncertain world, I would like to welcome on the stage a very competent and very knowledgeable woman who is leading Latvia's efforts in raising our cyber resilience. Let's welcome our dear moderator from CyberChess Cybersecurity Academy, Miss Ieva Ilves. Welcome, Ieva. Joining her for the talk is the Deputy Commander of the Canadian Armed Forces Cyber Command, Brigadier General Scott McGregor. Welcome. We'd like to see on the stage also the Director of the National AI Center of Latvia, Dr. Natalia Chernetska. Welcome. Welcome, welcome.
Hi, how you doing?
Next up, he's the Sales Engineering Lead for Central and Eastern Europe at CrowdStrike, Mr. Robert Michalski. Welcome.
Hi, how you doing? Nice to meet you.
And filling the last seat is the Deputy Director and Chief of Staff of the NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence, Lieutenant Colonel Christoph Kuhn. Welcome, Christoph. All right, Ieva, are you ready? I will give you the questions. We have a timer, and we are ready to start.
The timer is...
It will be on the screen in a second.
It will come, okay. Thank you very much, and thank you, dear panelists, for joining, and conference organizers to bringing us together. I think we don't have really an easy topic, and we probably can go all kind of directions. We have to speak about cyber resilience in the world which is not certain, or it's uncertain, as organizers have put it. And then we have to kind of think in a decade terms of emerging threats. And I think we all have learned already through the panel discussions earlier, and probably going to see more of different diverse topics, understanding that cyber resilience is a very complex process. It's not only about technology, it's about people, about how we build processes within organizations, and also how we protect and defend them. So I think we have a very broad scope to discuss. I'm really glad to see that we are also very diverse in representation here, not only by gender. Well, with gender we can kind of good, but we are diverse, representing different organizations. And indeed, like moderator mentioned, I work here on multiple projects. One of them is education, but I also work deeply involved in Ukraine on cybersecurity, different angles. And I work also actually with Natalia on recently established National AI Board. So we have a bit of AI presence here. We have a presence from Canada on Cyber Command, where we hope to hear sort of military synergy with cyber resilience. We have a center, excellence center in Tallinn, which is in a way a knowledge hub for the alliance on what's going on cyber resilience. And we have a private sector, I think, which can add really interesting angle, knowing that private sector is the one who holds a lot of both being attacked, but being also super advanced in defending networks like your company, CrowdStrike, and then Natalia from the AI Center Director. I know you are just recently in the position, but with your background knowledge, I think we can really have a diverse conversation. So what I would like to start with is actually discussing the threat landscape. Let's, before we getting into how we build the resilience, if I could ask from all of your perspectives, how do you see the current threat landscape developing with this 10-year perspective? I don't know how far we can sink into emerging technologies. Do you see that threat landscape changing? What would be your maybe initial departure points in assessing where we are and where we're heading now with a fast development and innovation in technology segment? Obviously, it's an AI that comes to the mind. It's a big buzzword for last years, but we know that there's a quantum discussed, and maybe you see other different technologies coming up. So what would be your threat landscape illustration? Maybe we can start from your commander perspective.
Thank you. Yes, from a military perspective, Canadian Forces Cyber Command perspective, but I think it would be shared amongst civilian and military partners abroad. One of the things that we're seeing in terms of threats that are increasing right now, and will stretch out for the next decade to 2035, are threats to our critical infrastructure. And one thing that is certainly one of our mission sets that we're cited on from a military perspective is looking at critical infrastructure nationally, but also the critical infrastructure that is tied to military capabilities. And so in that critical infrastructure, what we're doing as a military organization charged with cyber defense is working closely with our Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, CCCS, in identifying all of the significant critical infrastructure that has gaps to security, that has increased surfaces for threat vectors to enter into them, and making sure that together we patch that up, because most of the time the critical infrastructure that would be attacked does have a national security implication. And so even right now in Canada with CAF Cyber Command, our Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, it is a deliberate effort in making sure that we catalog all the strategically relevant critical infrastructure as a priority, as we will see it as a primary threat, and we see that in terms of the threat intelligence we're receiving that will continue for the coming years. In addition to that, though, for our critical infrastructure, we're looking at partners and allies, and a defended Europe from a critical infrastructure, a defended Latvia from a critical infrastructure is a defended Canada as well. As we heard from Jessica, cyber doesn't have any borders, and from a cyber domain perspective, that does not rest quiet on us. So working with our Latvian partners here as well, seized with looking at critical infrastructure vulnerabilities, working closely with the CERT.LV, and again, a secure Latvia, secure Europe is a secure Canada.
If I can push you a little bit, and I'm a big fan because I'm following what Latvians are doing also together jointly with you and threat hunting operations. I think it's an amazing proactive thing to protect your networks, like you said, critical infrastructure. Have you seen anything new? And I know some of the things not easy to share from military domain, but do you see change in that threat landscape?
Sure. From a Canadian perspective, to use a statistic, about 20% increase in potential threats, but there's also complacency that we're seeing in terms of, critical infrastructure companies, organizations that are not subscribing to cybersecurity, not getting host-based sensors inserted so that we can monitor it. But yes, we are seeing a little bit of an increase of anomalies of cyber threat actors. But what we're also seeing is a critical infrastructure ecosystem that needs to pick up their socks in terms of cyber hygiene, in terms of cyber resiliency, to help us help them.
Thank you. I will come back on emerging threats because I also kind of dual mindset myself, seeing technology innovating and yet struggling with very simple, basic topics that were there 10 years, speaking of cyber hygiene and some other elements. Natalia, if I can ask you on AI side, and know that you don't come necessarily from security or military background, but investing now and thinking also on national level to invest and build AI, what would you see, what would be your threat perception? Where do we have to really focus our attention between zillions of priorities?
Right, excellent question. And I would agree with the previous speaker that critical infrastructure, attacks on critical infrastructure are extremely important. I'm not a cybersecurity expert, although I worked on a number of projects training people in cybersecurity. And I remember my first cybersecurity conference. It was 10 years ago in Paris. And those were guys, so 10 years ago, very different landscape. All right, and there was a guy there who said that one day there will be a cyber attack that will entail a loss of human lives, and this will be the day that we will start taking cybersecurity seriously. So he said, I don't wish this to happen, but I'm afraid this needs to happen for us to understand. So now, 10 years ago, we are living in a different world. We are living in a different world in terms of geopolitical threats, particularly here in Europe, but also in Asia-Pacific region, and also in terms of this AI wave or hype, or how you call it, which obviously is a threat multiplier. So none of us has a crystal ball to look into the future. And also, as you see, when you know knowns, no unknown unknowns, so there will be many unknown unknowns. And I think what I'm worried most is not about the rise of AI. As AI is rising, probably there will be waves, and we will learn somehow to deal with it and to adapt to it. Critical infrastructure, geopolitical tensions are extremely important, and we are learning how to deal with them. But is there anything out there which we do not know yet? That's probably my biggest concern. Maybe intersection of cyber, quantum and AI would be big threat multiplier. So this is another area to watch.
Not to put you on spot, but if I can, regulations.
Yeah.
Are you finding them currently in EU heavily discussed AI Act? And also in your previous experience, working in Europe.
Yeah.
Do you see them, they are really helping? Are they doing a job?
Right. I would rather say that, we have standards in IT, we have standards in security. For the time being, we do not have similar standards for AI systems. Probably they will come. But again, referring to what the previous speaker said, cyber hygiene, and there will be a certain amount of AI hygiene. We need to get our basics right. So regulation is very good, and we will adapt and adopt gradually. But I think even existing standards are important. Standards, the regulations have zero value if we don't enforce them.
Thanks. Let me ask you from CrowdStrike, obviously private sector sometimes sees more actually than governments, because you simply are working with very diverse clients and servicing. What do you see from threat landscape perspective? Given the new technologies, since we're trying to focus on how the technologies are emerging, are you seeing in your work now the same AI being more applied? What is your take currently? Has threat landscape changed substantially?
It has changed over time, for sure. We see more shades of gray, I would say. So I agree on diagnosis on known unknowns and the unknowns that we basically do not know, and we have to cope with them somehow. Yet there are some things that we can measure, and we do measure those things as CrowdStrike. So example, a few years back, we started to measure how much malware is being used at different stages of the attacks. And a few years back, that was 50%, right? And at the time, it was already something that not too many people expected, because we as a security industry are very well accustomed to fight against malware. We created software, we created processes, we trained people to fight against malware. And then we found out that it's just 50%, right? So, and that has actually changed over time. And for the last year, it's roughly 20% of the attacks. So that's not a lot. And if you look at some other reports, like the recent report from ENISA on threat landscape for 2025, then the number is even smaller. It's 8%. And out of all of this, close to 80% would be ransomware. The other guys would be rats, would be info stealers. Then the question is, all right, so if that's just 20%, what else is out there, right? What we should be protecting from? And the answer to that really falls into two directions. One is abusing the systems or the tools that are at the operating system natively, so using living off the land techniques that are being discovered over time, new things all the time, even though I thought at some point in time that we have reached the peak on that, and that would be nothing new to discover, yet we find new stuff on that. And then the other thing is abusing credentials. This is low-hanging fruit, right? And as much as we became better and better, capturing these patterns in malware, in the behavior engines for the living of the land, the identity is still a problem, because it's a problem because a human being is a problem. We are so variable in the end that it's not easy to say, this is a Robert Michalski pattern for the last month or year, and then his misbehavior can be easily captured. It's not as simple as that. And if you add on top of that, that there are changes on the criminal marketplaces, and specifically to identity, we see that there is a lot of commodization happening for identity brokers. So the barrier to enter that area is very, very low right now. It's like with food, more food, lower quality, really, but it's there. So it's very easy to use. So, and it's very dangerous because it bypasses very often all the guardrails or the firewalls or the great on-premises solutions that we've built over years, because it's identity and it's not easy to understand what's going on.
Mm-hmm. So if I can also follow up a little bit on focusing on threat and threat actors and new technologies, do you see in your job, for example, AI being applied and being more useful to attackers?
Of course. It's been our reality for a few years already. And what has changed most significantly is that we see the threat actors that are creating malware ad hoc, or they're creating scripts ad hoc, or they are figuring a way how to make a next step. So if you look like what this living of the land techniques are consisted of, there is lots of hands-on keyboard activities. And these hands-on keyboard activities can be automated to some extent, but very often the more sophisticated threat actors would do it manually. Because with manual actions, you can avoid being captured by simple tricks based on time, based on the level of activity that you expose, and so on and so forth. So they are using malware for creating next step action. They're using AI, sorry for that, and they are using AI, for example, as part of the phishing kits. Phishing still is a predominant initial vector attack right now. So there is like probably 60 to 70% of the attacks that are based on phishing, and AI is very, very useful on that front. And one of the interesting things that we have observed over the last 2 years, it was a sudden uptake in phishing attacks, where somebody is calling you, pretending to be an IT guy, and that IT guy is asking you to do a certain action, right? And it's very, very reliable. And we've been trained to not answer a phishing email. We are somehow, we can recognize certain patterns. But if somebody is calling us, requesting an immediate action, the sense of urgency and the quality of this call makes it really not easy to not fall a victim of it.
Mm-hmm. So you're still seeing AI as sort of amplifier of the things that attackers are doing, just doing it better, quicker, like writing faster, malware codes, you know, targeting, etc. You don't see yet agentic AI, sort of an attack who is independently working as an AI and basically making independent decisions in a systems. You see that there is a manual element and there are still sort of, we are not there yet.
We will be.
You haven't seen from your CrowdStrike experience?
We haven't seen like a, we've seen automated attacks, but they are not per se the attacks that were driven by agentic tooling. At least we cannot prove that was the case. So what we see based on the raw telemetry is more like using AI for a certain function, but not like a tool that would automate everything and take autonomous decisions during the attack.
So we are still in a race there between attackers and defenders. So let me go to the center in Tallinn as a knowledge hub for the whole alliance. Your take on threat landscape currently, where it's heading?
Yeah. First of all, I just can, no surprisingly, back up everything you have said. I would like to step a little bit back, not looking 10 years in the future. What is happening now? And just 2 weeks ago, the Assistant Secretary General of NATO for Cyber mentioned in a cyber defense conference that NATO, that the nations have to adopt a wartime mentality. Yeah, sure. We are not there yet. When you look at the news, there are the reports that Russian airplanes crossing the border of Estonia, Russian airplanes recently crossed the border of Lithuania. Where are the reports about cyber attacks? They are not there, because it's fancy to show an airplane. What can you show in cyber? To make the public, the society aware that we are under attack. Even when we talk about ransomware, what do you show? Computers that are not working? That's nothing interesting in media. You don't show footage of 30 seconds non-working computers.
Right.
You show the footage of airplanes, of people in uniform, of tanks, of guns being fired. You hear the sound of war in reality. Where is the sound of cyber? To make our society aware. And in the past, we can all report that most of the state governments have worked in silos. So internal was different from military, we didn't work together. Now more and more nations are adopting whole government approach. But I think that's even not going far enough. We should really adapt a whole society approach. And you mentioned it, and also the ambassador from Australia mentioned it. We have to train our citizens. It's no worth in training our some 100 incident response team members and so on, or some CEOs. We have to train our whole society. We have to train 100 million of people all over the world, billions of people all over the world. And that's the threat, because we are not there yet to have this mindset in the people's mind that we are currently in a cyber war.
Is that something that you are now also as a center for the alliance, for NATO, are actively now pushing forward to change that within NATO? Do you see the new lessons learned from the war in Ukraine that you should be pushing for alliance to tackle this?
Yeah, for sure. We are helping governments by research on the legal side. So also there, we as governments are bound to international law, and that is good. I don't doubt that. But how is international law currently applied in cyberspace? International law is decades or even centuries old, where nobody thought about cyberspace. And if now a cyber attack happens, and you just have to gather your legal advisors, and they have to figure out how to react on that, that's too late. That's not current, that's not relevant. So we have now already to look into how to apply international law in cyberspace, and the center is doing quite a great job in that. Just recently, we published the handbook on developing state cyber strategy. We have now issued the second version of the Cyber Commander's Handbook, just to give a guideline to the commanders how to act in cyberspace, because we have also to focus in the military perspective on multi-domain operations. You will not win a war in cyberspace, but you might lose a war in cyberspace. And the tank platoon commanders and the leaders of the Air Force and Navy ship captain has to be aware of how much cyber he actually has on his vessel. And that's something we have to teach them. They are not aware of that, how they depend. And plus, looking back at my former position in Germany, 10 years ago, there was a regulation developed how to react on a cyber crisis in the military world. And there was stated, yeah, we will pull together a board. And we asked, how do you do that? Because partially the headquarters are located in Bonn, partially in Berlin. Oh yeah, we will do a VTC. No, you won't do a VTC when there is a cyber crisis. So that was written in the first draft because the people were still in their mentality of the old time. We are getting together quite easily, and VTC is working. That's an emerging technology. 10 years ago, we go for VTC. And we have to train the people to really think about what does a real cyber crisis means. And that is something the center is working on. These are tracks that we are including in our exercises that we are doing.
Thanks. I think if we ran through the landscape, I don't know if organizers are disappointed, but my takeaway is we are not super concerned about new technologies. We actually are concerned how to run holistic processes across very diverse stakeholders, some of them being in private sector, some of them being, critical infrastructure, some of them government, military, sort of very diverse environment which we need to align. Yep. And so I think I'll try to then speak of this now question and discuss with you this challenge of resilience with that diversity of stakeholders and risks on a national level, but also internationally. So not only we need to find the good way to cooperate within our own countries between different structures, but also across allies. And we know very well that adversaries are rather good in cooperating and sharing bad techniques and the way to attack. Can I ask, I'll try to mix up so we are not the same maybe sequence, but I will go back to you on, and knowing Latvia's excellent cooperation with Canada on threat hunting, can you share some more best practices how we can be quicker and better in this challenge within nationally, but then across the border?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll talk to the Latvia piece first. You know, for cyber resiliency, cyber deterrence, the best way to get through that really is partnerships. Partnerships do a couple things. First thing for partnerships, you know, to a common adversary, what you're doing is scaling yourself in terms of size against a common threat. And so from a cyber deterrence perspective, as you patch together partnerships, your surface is much larger, deterring from a cyber perspective. But also in that work, there is, you know, the forces are compelled to be interoperable and sharing best practices, being able to work with each other, noticing anomalies, sharing cyber threat intelligence in terms of cyber threat actors that are out there. You know, with the Latvian CERT.LV, you know, Varis had briefed earlier today about a threat hunt workbook, cookbook, in fact, that we've put together, you know, which just codifies all of that interoperability work and a little bit of a how-to. And then as you onboard other partners as well, bringing them into your playbook to be able to do the threat hunts together in the same way. And then again, not only you increasing your interoperability amongst partners, but your frontage, and then starting to scale against you know, a very sizable adversary in the cyber domain. And you know, that's not just for the cyber domain. Another thing that Varis had in his briefing was a really neat illustration of the cyber domain and how it crosses all of the other domains, land, sea, air, space. And so the efforts that you do in partnerships, the efforts that you do in interoperability strengthens all of the other domains and their ability to, you know, from a military perspective, do their missions and operations. And so it's quite critical for cyber resiliency, cyber deterrence. It's a strategic imperative, I think, to partner, to seek, you know, commonality, interoperability. And, you know, Jessica hit on it as well in the opener and the scene setter. In the Indo-Pacific, we're doing the same thing. And so with partners looking at Indo-Pacific, you know, specifically, you know, Canada, Australia, UK, US, New Zealand, looking at partnering with specific partners in the Indo-Pacific, making sure that we are able to increase their cyber resiliency, and together in that conglomerate partnership, increasing the frontage against a very sizable and very powerful, you know, cyber threat, and making sure that we assist, mentor, you know, I would say build capacity in the Indo-Pacific partners, the same as we would do here in Europe. And so, you know, back to the original question, you know, cyber resiliency, an amazing way to get cyber deterrence is through partnerships for frontage and partnerships for interoperability.
I'm glad to hear that, but I will ask Tallinn now, the center in Tallinn, are we doing better? So I actually remember myself being in job of Ministry of Defense and having these annual discussions of, are we able to do better information sharing? Are we there yet? Are we better in NATO level? You know, speaking of partnerships, are we there now on cybersecurity information sharing in a comfortable level to be able to act quickly? And then maybe I can ask also CrowdStrike to comment, because I think that's a big advantage. I always envied back then in that position to private sector, because you service many clients and you can deploy, you know, that knowledge that you see attack in one sector, right? You can also protect then the others with that knowledge. Are we there on the government side?
I dare to say we are not there yet, but we are on the right track. For example, NATO is now currently implementing the NIC, so the integration center, where we pull together military and the civilian world in one center to get a situational awareness all across the NATO realm in cyberspace, which is actually the whole world. So, because we are attacked from all over the world. And looking specifically at our center, we have realized that we have to work on that. And for example, we are now looking at the 2 exercises that we are conducting each year. The CCD-COE is conducting Log Shields that most of you have most probably heard of or even taken part in. And currently we do the CrossSword, which is offensive cyber operations. And even we dare to say that NATO is dealing with offensive cyber operation, even that NATO itself has no offensive capabilities. So when we are now looking at these exercises for Log Shields, over the last year, we did not accept single nations building a blue team alone. So we already forced nations to partner with at least one allied, one partner, most probably even with 2 or 3. So we have already a kind of communication requirement within a blue team. And now we are looking into possibilities how to even partner between blue teams, getting away from the competitive competition that we have over the years implemented in Log Shields, sadly, that there is a winner, that we have a score, and we actually want to go away from that and having blue teams really helping each other. How to, so cyber threat intelligence. Not surprisingly, the attacks on each blue team in the Log Shields is slightly the same. So can one blue team help other blue teams by announcing, hey, that was the attack that hit us. That is how we detected it. We are now looking also in the after action of the exercise, that in the after action report, we do not only writing, hey, it was a great exercise and the food was good, but actually that we pull the red teams and the blue teams together and learn from each other. That the blue team is telling the red team, hey, that is how we found that you are attacking us. That some blue teams are reporting on, this is how we track the attack, so that other blue teams can learn from that. At the moment, it's a 1-week exercise, and then more or less it's forgotten. And we want really to force the blue teams to think about what they have learned during the exercise for a longer time. And maybe even including or combining the 2 exercises, the defensive exercise Log Shields and the Cross Swords to something like Cross Shields, how to work together as a blue team and a red team. And also that is something that I think is not trained enough in the modern world or in the current world. So the blue team tends to raise their shields, put up all the firewalls, and by that maybe hindering offensive cyber operations that are maybe required as a deterrence measure or to actually stop the attack against our own networks.
Mm-hmm. So we do participate as CrowdStrike in multiple exercises. Log Shields is one of them. We do participate in CrossSwords. I think last year we played with like 5 or 6 different teams with Log Shields. I did it myself too, playing for different teams. And it's amazing experience, not only on the technical side, but probably even more interestingly on the human side, on the human aspect, and how different teams from different countries react to the same scenarios, basically. That's super interesting. But to your previous point, Christoph, about security not being sexy enough to show it as something in TV versus the drones and stuff like that, it reminded me about late 90s and Kasparov playing chess against Big Blue. And that was something that was actually transmitted in TV. I mean, in the first round, that was just a snapshot, and the second time, it was just like full thing. So if people can get excited about playing chess, why they cannot get excited about, you know, cyber warfare? It's super interesting, really. I mean, I could imagine like, the red team playing against the blue team, and the blue team being the AI agents, for example. And that would be something I would like to watch myself. And I bet that there are other people like me that would do so. So maybe that's really the government thing, that the government does not, appreciate the interest from the people that would like to know more. And let me connect that back to some of my personal experience. So I'm a voluntary firefighter, and I train young people how to use technology and how to avoid certain traps that are out there in the cyber world. And I'm always surprised when I do that, how advanced they are in abusing technology, not using, abusing technology, right? How they bypass the restrictions put on AI, how they use, for example, Google Translate to proxy a website that is blocked in the school. So they are very creative. They would be interested in if we were able to position cyber warfare as a topic for everyone. So I'm with you on that. Maybe we should really do more, and maybe AI is a thing really to get people more excited about this.
But if I can push you on the cooperation part, since we started to discuss what can we all do together better. Information sharing, you mentioned that is still something that can be improved. What do you see from private sector? Is there a way we can do better, or we have to invent some other ways of cooperation mechanisms that gives advances our resilience? Because there are many barriers. Some of them are bureaucratic, legal, privacy, data protections, political. Do you see we can do better? Do you have some ideas what we can do differently in a cyber domain between different partnerships that could enhance?
We can do a lot of better on the technical side. So one of the things, so I consider myself a data junkie. I like data. I log everything at my home, really, like everything, literally. And the problem I have, and the problem that I see from the people that I talk to, is that we have the data in different formats. So the data is not normalized. And so we have this wonderful concept of SIEM systems that will take the data in, parse the data, and then we can go create that custom detections. We can do threat hunting based on this data, right? We can use possibly AI to help us out to deal with this data. But ultimately, if we cannot have a common format for the data, then we are unnecessarily losing CPU power, memory, resources to parse that data, normalize this data, and make them usable. And that's something that it's been out there for years already, and we cannot find a common language that everybody would agree on. And let's say it's elastic ECS. Maybe that is an open format for that AWS is using, right? Let's talk about it. Let's find the common ground so we all can consume the data in the same way.
Mm-hmm. So you thinking about some standardized data possibilities?
Yes, to have a common schema for the data. So, for example, if you imagine, so going back to this, the problem of ordinary people, ordinary citizens. They have the routers, they have Wi-Fi's at home and everything, right? So those devices have a certain format of data that they can produce, that we could consume, right? But every device has a different format for it. Why not standardize that, make it as one of the priorities at the EU level to say, all right, if you want to sell a home router to EU citizen, you have to you have to be compliant to that format so we can make the use of it more easily, right? And that the same thing for the corporate world. And this is the basics, right? And then we can build on top of it how we should do threat hunting with it. Should AI be part of it? Like where to go with it? But the basics has to be addressed in the first place.
Yeah, I think I've seen also some other initiatives, like I think CISA put out this MOB, this material of software, also labeling software's different components, in such manner, you know, giving also in a way data to be able to automatize and sort of predict or see different vulnerabilities or patches needed, and etc.
For the most of the time, we have enough data. But we have a problem with how to route this data, how to make better use of this data.
Okay. Natalia, back to AI.
Back to AI.
Back to AI. Where do you see opportunities there in partnerships? Is that sort of a new AI drive that can help us maybe align data and achieve new level of capabilities?
Right. So we need to remember that AI is a technology, right? It's a universal technology, which in a technology toolbox involves different varieties of technologies, and obviously can be applied to cybersecurity by good actors as well as by bad actors. And I agree. I would like to continue reflecting upon what the previous speaker said. Capabilities building for us as a country, but also for Europe and our allies outside Europe. And obviously we need to learn from each other, but also do not forget we need to learn from Ukraine, our Ukrainian colleagues in cybersecurity. Ukraine is probably the most cyber-attacked country in the world and has been so for 10 years. So the flip side that they have built cybersecurity capabilities in private sector, in government, and also in universities. So we can learn from what they have already experienced, because they are a battlefield where a lot of things are being tested. So the second aspect I would like to reflect upon what you said is this awareness raising, right? And this comes hand to hand with awareness raising about AI, because AI right now is very much threat multiplier, particularly in what is known as social engineering, all this phishing, all this wishing, in deep fakes, impersonifications, email, malicious email at scale, etc. And so when we talk about upskilling in cyber, also in AI, we need to distinguish several layers. First layer, like top layer, is people who are trained to become cyber engineers or cyber experts, and obviously excellent work is being done in many countries, including in Latvia. You are involved yourself in the Cyber Academy program in Riga Technical University. I think there is another program being scaled up, rolled out by Technical University and Latvian University to train both cyber experts and also train people from industry to gain cyber skills. So this is sort of top level. Then we have this medium level where each company, each institution needs to make sure that their IT systems, their AI systems are secure. Get the basics right. Right, so that they're updated. Someone mentioned there was vulnerabilities in Cisco which were not updated from 2003 on the previous stage. Getting the basics right and raising the level, raising the ground. And so this is a second level where we can do a lot on a national level, but also learn from countries outside Latvia, from countries outside of Europe, and see what we can do. Because again, AI is for the time being a threat multiplier. And obviously awareness raising, educating an average man on the street, what are these deep fakes? What are these telephone impersonifications? Not to picking numbers which you do not recognize. And obviously CERT is already doing very much. They launched a campaign about scammers, so we also can work together and collaborate in this aspect, because AI National Center of AI in Latvia, one of our strategic priorities is security, and another is education, and obviously security involves also cybersecurity. So we We'll be working together with many of you to sort of bring this level on, bring this AI and cyber skills up on many levels.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. I am getting the questions, but I'm trying to some of the angles integrate. And actually, Natalia, there was a question on AI and AI literacy as a part of resilience. So let's put it. Do you see that push? And are you optimistic that we will also be able to get this done here in Latvia, but in a broader scope?
So yes, so I'm sort of cautious AI realist, what I call myself. So, but we also cannot, and AI is in a way similar. We cannot with cybersecurity. We cannot. There will never be a day where we can say cybersecurity work is done. Mm-hmm. Now we can rest on our laurels, go to a party, enjoy ourselves. No, it's part of our life. Like we brush our teeth, right? We need to do cybersecurity work. AI literacy. I think this is also will become a common layer of literacy. We are all literate in a way that we can read. We are literate in a way we can write. We will be literate, and this is the future where we are moving. We will be literate in a way that we will understand what is AI. This is not one person's work. It's really work of the whole society and many institutions. And again, I would say that there are multiple layers, AI experts and people incorporating AI into their daily jobs, doctors or lawyers, and then AI awareness, which now goes very much hand to hand with cyber awareness because the threats are coming exactly from this area. AI multiplies threat in cybersecurity. So so there is awareness campaign, but also different ways we can develop critical thinking. And obviously this is critical thinking. It's easier said than done, but at least learning or sort of getting a reflex of asking ourselves, am I sharing? Where is this person getting my data? What is this email telling me? So it's a long-term work, and it's not the work that will be done one day. But as I say, the best thing to start was yesterday. The second best is today. So we are going to go ahead.
Thanks. We still have 10 minutes, so I'll put in some of the questions I see are very practical. There is a question about is there ways how we can use more civilian ethical hackers to help military systems? There are very practical questions about data centers, where one should keep his data to be secure. How do you protect? If there are some good advice on that segment, but I wanted to pack that sort of some practical questions. In NATO's recent decision that there needs to be investments of 1.5%, and I'm very much hopeful that cybersecurity is part of that 1.5% outside the military, because again, going back to having a lot of critical infrastructure, private sector necessities to increase that resilience. So, looking forward, investing effort in that resilience, do you see that these budgets and that there is awareness and how we can do that better to achieve that holistic resilience in digital terms? And then if you also want to reflect on ethical hacking for militaries, that would be an add-on question specifically.
I'll try to remember that one. But, interesting about the 1.5%, and just listening to my colleagues on the panel here, cyber defense not being attractive to the citizens of a country, but kind of equate that to a goaltender in European football or ice hockey, and you can make 1 million saves, but that one time that ball goes in or that puck goes in is when everyone notices. And in Canada, that has finally been noticed by our nation, and that's translating into funding and also placing importance on cyber defense, cybersecurity, and making sure that we're protected in the cyber domain. And so, even in Canada, by the end of this fiscal year, we will spend 2%. And in our, new to be released national security strategy, first one since 2006, in our current defense policy, Our North Strong and Free, it's all cyber. Well, cyber, Arctic, and a few other things, but cyber being a common denominator. Mm-hmm. And so, our citizens, our country has woken up. There's been a there's been a ball, a puck gone into the net, and that's translated into government funding. And to the point now where we need to find a way to be able to spend that money because we're not used to having it in that size and magnitude. But it just goes to show the importance and the privileging of cyber over a lot of other things, even social needs and excuse me, things like that in Canada. And so really in an interesting space right now from a 2% perspective. With that, though, goes a lot of responsibility in terms of making sure that we apply this money in a proper way, and still relevant and tied to everything that was mentioned before. In cyber resiliency, cyber defense, doing it with partners, making sure we're focusing on the threats at hand. A key one being critical infrastructure, but also recapitalizing on maybe atrophy that has occurred over the last 10, 20 years where we weren't maybe paying attention to it. But it is time now, time yesterday, but time now to address cyber capability gaps. And luckily, at least from a Canadian perspective, we are doing that. And then the next bound is looking at 3.5%, 5%, afterwards. And so luckily, again, we have citizen backing, we have policy and legislation that supports it, so in a good space there. For the last bit on ethical hackers, love these guys. I love these guys because we incorporate them into red teaming. Mm-hmm. And what we would like to do is incorporate more civilian experts in that field to replicate our worst day, and then fail forward and learn and iterate and get better, and then have them come at us with something else. And so employing these type of very skilled folks is essential, in red teaming and practicing a form of cyber resiliency in its own way. Mm-hmm. And so we find that critical in terms of preparation for missions and reducing mission risk.
Mm-hmm. Do you see that 1.5% at NATO being available also to strengthen cyber resilience, or it's going to go somewhere, or competition is too tough of all the needs?
Again, we have lived in peace gladly for quite some decades. And now, going back to my German roots, our Chancellor has created this word Zeitenwende, which means the time has changed with the full invasion of Russia into Ukraine. So then people suddenly got stressed. Oh, now we have to do something. And what is the human doing? We remember, okay, what have we done 30 years ago? And under stress, we do not develop new ideas. We go back to what we have learned in the past, for what we have been drilled. So at the beginning, there was clear a tendency, let's buy more airplanes. We bought in Germany the F-35 from the US. We built up tanks. And but now, after 2 years, 3 years, I see that people got aware that cyber is really the thing, and going to multi-domain, we have to invest also in cyber, and I hope that this will be done. There's another thing concerning spending money. I think, looking, for example, at drones, we have to spend money to enable industry to deliver a capability when we require it. I think it would be senseless if now Canada, Germany, or other nations are spending millions of euros or dollars in buying 10,000s of drones, putting them in a shelf, and in half a year they are old. Because there have been new developments. How to use a drone, how to defend against a drone. So, but we need it on the spot. when there is an attack, and that's something where our procurement system isn't ready, at least in Germany. It's not ready, and I see you nodding.
It's challenging equally in Canada, yeah.
So, but do you mean by that we need to invest in cybersecurity capabilities equally, right? Not procuring necessarily solutions, but actually developing, and do you see that trends and happening?
I see it happening, but we are not there yet, and we have to convince nations, we have to convince the governments, we have to convince the accountants to spend money on something where they don't get an immediately thing back to put in the shelf or in their accountant books, but invest in capability. And for example, Germany is now investing in ammunition industry to be ready to have ammunition on stage when we require it. And also ammunition gets old.
So, CrowdStrike, we have a couple of practical questions I can ask you from the audience that is on data center. Maybe you can give advice, good advice, where to keep your data, you know, in your country, put in other countries, how to operate that security better. And then there is also a question on supply chain. You know, across the borders, how do we keep that resilience? I don't know, maybe from a private sector perspective, you have some suggestions. I guess it's also a new threat in a way, supply chain. It's not maybe very innovative in technology manner, but it's a threat currently heavily discussed. Do you see that in technology, how we can across the borders strengthen ourselves against that supply chain threat? And then the data center advice.
Sure, so absolutely it's a big threat. Supply chain is a problem, it's been a problem for years already. We all remember SolarWinds and what happened, right? Most recently, F5 has fallen a victim of a successful attack from a Chinese threat actor. And as much as they are a threat and they are a big unknown, if you look at it closely, this is not about an atomic action that we cannot discover. They always come in context. And that context is something that we already know how to capture. Nobody is attacking, let's say, networking gear just for the purpose to have a presence on the physical device somewhere in the world, right? They do it because they want to exfiltrate data. They do it because they want to have some control over the environment and so on and so forth. And these additional steps, these breadcrumbs that they leave behind, is something that we can catch already. But we have to be more careful with and pay more attention to multi-domain attacks. That's something that we see as CrowdStrike heavily, that the attackers are better and better blending in between these different areas, from cloud to on-prem, from on-prem to identity to somewhere, right? And we've built the traditional defenses about certain domains, and now we have to connect these domains, interconnect these domains. And then we have to have that data interoperability between these different environments and have the logic to detect the attacks and protect against the threat actors.
So I see AI as a potential assistant in sort of getting these multi-domains connected and certainly in analytics and forecasts. Natalia, if I can ask you the last, and I know we are almost out of the time, you being now in a new job on a national level on AI Center, anything from this panel that you found helpful in prioritizing, you know, what needs to be done immediately or in incoming term?
Right, security is obviously our priority number one. That was clear to me before I started this job. And what you said, building partnership, because by then you can give capabilities that you don't have actually. So in sort of partnering on a national level, European level, international level is obviously key. And I really liked your suggestion that, you know, we can have a hacking game where there would be a team of agentic malicious actors. Maybe we should work on that. That could be very cool, and it could be also attract more people to cybersecurity, because it's a very promising field. And maybe this is another thing when we need to work together in Latvia to show that AI is very sexy, right? Everyone wants to do. But cybersecurity is fascinating. There is a human aspect. There is AI. There is technology. There is hacking. There is movement. So maybe working together with cybersecurity expert and sort of bringing the prestige of the profession, sort of spreading the word that how fascinating it is to work in cybersecurity.
Well, with this, a round of applause for panelists. I thank you very much for sharing diverse experiences. I think a lot of homework, nothing new, but I think we are getting really popular with security and cybersecurity, so hands-on working together and achieving results, hopefully. Thank you.
And a round of applause to our excellent moderator, Eva Ilves.
Thank you.
Christmas has come early, and thanks to our partners, some gifts, Latvian-made gifts to our dear speakers. Give some more applause. That is more sweeter than gifts, but of course, you'll be warm.
Oh, wow.
There's something tasty. Thank you very much, Eva, for you as well. Socks and lollipops, as they say in these boxes. That's thanks to our partners who provided these nice gifts. And right now, we will go on a coffee break. Just let me quickly introduce the topics that will be on this stage and on the next. By the way, if you want some gifts or prizes, please do attend our partners' booths. There are a lot of lotteries, including a Ferrari, a Lego Ferrari, and also a PlayStation 5, so you can catch that in the expo zone. But right after the coffee break at 3:30 on all three stages, we will return. On this stage, we will talk about crisis and risk management, everything from resiliency to prevention to preparing for the unknown unknowns. This sexy term is returning here as well. And then the cyber shock stage will continue building on the topic you heard on this stage, which is about technical attribution, how cyber deception can force adversaries into mistakes. And on the cyber story stage, it is all about financial fraud, from classic ransomware to social engineering and pig butchering schemes, real cases and tactics from which you can learn from. But right now, thanks to our partners, we provide a coffee break until 3:30. See you soon. It is time for our closing segment here on the CyberChess stage. Welcome, everyone. Hello, everyone watching us online from the sunny Riga. Something different in this rainy autumn that we're experiencing this year. Sunny outside, sunny inside. How are you doing, everyone? Happy? Are you all good? Coffee's kicking in? Got your conversations, got your snacks, and everything's happening. Well, right now on this stage, what will be happening are 3 final presentations from our speakers. But just on a technical note, it has been a pleasure working with you due to all the questions that you are sending in the Menti platform. And please do the same. Somewhere on the screen you will see either a QR code or a number which you can enter in the Menti platform, and you can send in questions. And please do that during the presentation so that I have your questions at hand once we have the opportunity to chat more with the speakers. And yes, turning to our first speaker in a world shaped by pandemics, by wars, by digital threats, the word resilience has become not just a buzzword being used here and there, but has transformed into a skill. So in the next talk, the Chief Technical Officer of TET will explore how global disruptions are transforming risk management and why organizations must learn how to adapt faster than ever before. So ladies and gentlemen, let's make him felt wonderful and welcome here on the stage with your applause. Let's welcome to our stage the Chief Technology Officer at TET, Mr. Dmitris Nikitins. Welcome. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, Artis. Hello, everyone. So the last 5 years, it's been a real roller coaster if we are talking about the resilience. But somehow we managed to survive, to adapt, and for everyone that story is completely different. And as in every story, there is a catalyst moment. For us, the catalyst moment to rethink how we are looking at our infrastructure at our resilience level was this one. It was the second week of the Ukraine war, 1st of March 2022, and Iskander missile landed on the Ukraine TV tower. We were sitting by our TV screens and we thought, oh, so if there is occupation, most probably they will target the critical infrastructure first. Why this is important for us and why that concerned us very much? Because that is a critical infrastructure holder in Latvia. We have more than 14,000 kilometers of optical network, so the backbone network serves all the critical infrastructure holders within the Republic of Latvia, starting from banking, health, insurance companies, e-commerce, logistics, and so on. And we have the widest data center network in Latvia, which we and our customers store their data to, which operate their business. To give a little bit more context on the situation and how our network was built at the time, we have to look at the map of Latvia and distribution of population within Latvia. So majority of the population in Latvia are living within the Riga region. So more than 800,000. So naturally, we've built our network with the biggest capacity within Riga region, or the core network functions, data centers, and so on. Of course, everything was redundant, and we have followed all the best practices. But is it enough during the war situation? So what can we do better? That was our first thought, how we can adjust our network. If we take the Riga city out of the equation, what should we do so that our network continues to operate in the same manner as with the core network within the Riga city? So after that, shortly we created a plan how we can adjust our network, reroute capacities, add additional equipment, and so on. And we've worked towards the plan to distribute the functionality and be more prepared for the situations like this if the critical infrastructure is being attacked. After the network, it was a time to look at our IT systems and data centers. Previously, geo-redundancy for us meant that we had the data centers on each bank of Daugava River. Each data center had 2 independent electrical power grids, 2 independent optical grids, and both banks weren't connected in any way with each other, so they were completely independent. And considering that Latvia are not very famous for the seismic activity or hurricanes, that was a bulletproof solution. So basically, in any case, in any scenario, we knew that this solution would work. But will it work in the situation when we are being attacked by some foreign nation? Well, we had to make some adjustments to that as well. Original solution for us stayed. We still have two places within the Riga with completely distributed systems, but we added the third option, and it was the location within one of European countries where we back up our systems outside the Latvian borders. In this kind of situation, when you are creating the backup plan or resilience plan, it's worth to consider and prioritize the services. How will you renew your operations? And for us, we had all the major system prioritization on business critical level. So basically, we knew which system have to be renewed first in the case of a huge crash. But in this case, when we are talking about extraordinary X hour, those systems have to be reviewed. So we were talking about the operational criticality. And first, we had to renew the systems which are ensuring that our services are being distributed to our customers, that all the critical service providers within Latvia start working, that we monitor the network, we know what's going on in the network, we can troubleshoot the network, we can fix all the faults. In everyday life, so one of the top priorities are business systems. For example, billing is one of the top systems which we have to renew pretty fast according to SLAs. In the wartime, we think that our customers wouldn't mind to wait for their invoice like 3 or 4 weeks if their service is working properly. The second one is it's very important to understand how fast you need to renew your service. So for each system, we have exact SLA, how fast we renew it, and from that comes the resources which we have to add or allocate for that procedures. So you overview all your infrastructure, and you understand what's the speed required, and what the resources required, and if there is no possibility to add additional resources, you need to replan it one more time. In this case, you end up with a clear action plan, how you are acting in a case of different wartime situations. After we took care of our network and IT systems, we started to think, what are the possible weak spots which can be targeted from the foreign nations to disrupt our everyday life and isolate us as a nation? And that was our gateways to the Europe outside Latvia. So we have reviewed all our gateways, and our goal was to keep our infrastructure as strong as a couple of cable cuts within the Baltic Sea doesn't impact our performance in any way. So in 2022, we started to add some additional connections to the outside world, to Finland, to Sweden, to Germany. And as we've seen, starting from 2024, that was the right decision, because in 2024, in some mystical way, some ships were starting to cut lines across the Baltic Sea. If you are our customers, you have noticed that during those cuts there were no service degradation. Everything was working perfectly. At some time there were even two different cuts of optical cables in Baltic Sea, but our service continued to operate on the highest level, because the distribution of network was on a pretty high level. We added several connections on the land and on the sea, and we are balancing the traffic automatically. If something happening, then traffic is being rerouted, and users can continue to work and operate their everyday lives without any interruptions. In the past, we have 3 different events which are displayed on the pictures, which are kind of not connected between each other, but they have impacted our business operations pretty severely. The one thing, what they've done, they have disrupted the supply chains completely for the shorter or longer period of time. And in this case, so after the COVID, we've seen that some factories in Asia stopped completely, and we had quite huge queues for the equipment, and we had to wait. For example, we had active order for laptops for our employees, which had to be delivered sometimes in 2020. The delay for that order, it was like 500 pieces of laptops. The delay for that order was like 1 year. Well, we had working laptops as well, so we could continue to operate. But for the critical systems, it's quite important that we know how to deal with the supply chain problems and how to manage the supply chains in these times. So for us, after we've seen what disruptions can be caused by different events, we adjusted our supply chain management policy. We are using the dual sourcing, so for the critical applications, we are looking for at least 2 vendors, how we can balance them out. If something happens at one vendor facility and their supply chains, we can easily swap them for another vendor. Of course, that's not the situation for every vendor that you can swap, but for the most critical parts and for the most critical services, you start to have stockpiling the reserves of the equipment just for a case of disruptions, and to be able to continue operate with your service forward. The next thing which we are considering very carefully in our supply chain management is the geographical and physical risk factors. So we know that there are disruptions in the world, in different places. For example, Israel is going to war with Gaza, with Iran, and so on. There is some unresolved issues within the China and Taiwan, which might impact the supply chains and so on. So choosing the new solutions, we try to account for the possible disruptions in the future and how we can ensure that we continue to operate, and those events won't endanger us in any way. And the next thing, which actually the speakers were talking in the previous panels, the supply chain risks. So we are testing our infrastructure on daily basis, hardening it with various means. We are training our employees, but very often we leave our supply chain partners unchecked. We forget that they have the same access to our systems. We forget that we are installing their software without any checks. So in this case, we have to understand that we should deal pretty careful with the supply chain partners, because there are a lot of different examples how the compromised supply chain partner can compromise your infrastructure as well. In our case, for example, last year we've seen that example for our 2 customers. One company was encrypted by the virus, so all their servers were encrypted. And they've been sharing the file share server with another company, with their partner. So it went as a chain reaction. So the partner got their couple of servers encrypted as well because of the supply chain risk. Thankfully, the other one had better segmentation, and the virus haven't gone through all their network, through all their systems. But in any case, you have to check and then implement pretty severe actions against your partners, as their potential external threat as well. After you have dealt with all those issues and prepared different resilience plans on how you operate in different situations, you have to remember that going digital might impose some risk. We've seen last week that AWS has pressed a pause button for pretty major service providers within the world. And now we are going digital with different systems. For example, majority of companies are choosing the CRM systems as a software as a service. And with the software as a service, you have to remember that you are in a passenger seat. You are not driving. You cannot influence anything. If there is a crash, you have to believe that the partner will react and fix the crash pretty fast. But at the same time, you need to understand and you need to remember that your business needs to be running ahead. So the resilience for the digital system is good, but what happens if the digital systems have disappeared? You have to have the operational plan for the offline operations as well. If all the systems disappear, does your shop still operate? Can you sell your items in the shops and so on? You have to create that plan as well. Even in a cloud era, offline contingency planning remains very, very crucial. When all the contingency plans have been created, you have to remember that in stressful situations, humans start to act very irrational. Of course, if you do not have contingency plans, it's guaranteed that in event of crash, you will have complete chaos within your systems. But when you have the plans, you have to ensure that your employees are aware of those plans. You have to test them out. You have to do the drills for people to understand and remember those plans on the muscle level. Only in that way, if something happens, your business will continue to operate without any disruption. And drills and testing is good approach to test if those plans even work. So basically, sometimes things look good on the paper, but when you start to exercise them, they just simply do not work. For example, you have all the backups and you try to return system from the backup, restore system from the backup, and it doesn't go well. So at least during the situation when you can afford to make some fixes, you understand that, hey, I need to fix that, and my system still works. So measure all your contingency plans, learn how they work, and adapt if something don't work. Don't believe in everything which you have put on paper. Prove it in the real life. And well, we won't have to have contingency plans if we won't have a simple, basic cyber hygiene, because we will be out of business much faster than we will be able to test those plans out. So patching the systems using the MFA, backup of our data, and training the employees, that's the essential things right now which have to be done on everyday basis. But on the other hand, the people who are attending this kind of conferences most probably do that anyway, so I guess I'm preaching to the choir on this one. But what is interesting regarding the patching, CVE scores, CVE vulnerability discoveries in the last 2 years have almost doubled. And if several years ago we had discovery of high CVE, critical CVE score with score vulnerability within our system, there was like a red light in the office that, hey, it's emergency, we need to patch it out, and so on. Nowadays, it's more like business as usual. We discover within the vendor applications critical vulnerabilities on an everyday basis, and it's very important to implement automation on a patching level to be able to withstand this pressure from the cyber attackers and malicious actors as well. As we've seen, the traditional risk assessment, which we have used many years before, doesn't work anymore. So for us and for majority of the big companies, the risk assessment was like reviewing the risks, naming all the risks once per year, updating the contingency plans, putting them on the shelf, and forgetting for a year. In the modern situation, unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. We have the situation changing all the times. New risks, updated risks are coming, and you have to foresee what will happen in the next months, in the next 6 months, 8 months, and adapt your contingency plans to that. One of the examples from Latvia in the recent months was our disconnection from the BREL network. So that was the completely new event, and of course for the power grid disruptions we have our contingency plans in place. We know how to operate, we have diesel generators and so on, but this was a completely new beast with potential disruption of the whole country. So basically if something didn't go well, we had a possibility that the whole country might be without the electricity, or at least in our risk assumptions we acted that way. So we started the preparation for this event 3 months prior. We have tested all the equipments, all the diesel generators and so on. We ran the drills on the employees, how can we address the issue if it potentially appears. We have extended our autonomous power supply to 72 hours, depending on the object criticality. Before we had like 24 or 48 hour power supply. Now we extended it to 72 hours. All our service personnel, which was dealing with this kind of issues, was on a high alert during the night of the disconnection from the BREL. And actually I would like to say the huge thanks to them, because we had that ball during that night. So majority of the colleagues were having good time and they were drinking, but some of our colleagues were on a high alert and were ready to react and fix the issues if those issues appear. So this kind of adaptation is a new reality, and we have to look for potential risks which can disrupt our business on an everyday basis. But some of those risks actually come with the opportunities as well. So in Ukraine, we started to operate in Ukraine in 2013, and in 2014 there was Maidan revolution, and the first attack by Russia on Ukraine. So. But we stayed there, we supported our partners, we gained their trust, and we grew there. Into 2022, when Russia has attacked Ukraine with the full force, we try to help our customers as much as we can. So there was really non-stop actions from our customers and our employees. So we created different systems like Frankenstein solutions. We salvaged all the equipment from all the old equipment from our warehouses, created the private clouds for customers to be able to migrate from Ukraine to Latvia. We helped them transfer the physical equipment from Ukraine to Latvia. And one example from our customers, well, their servers were en route from the Ukraine to Latvia. They were like in Lithuania at the time. The missile has struck their offices and the premises where those servers were located like 20 hours ago. So the timely risk evaluation and action just saved the business of this customer. And after that, we took our lessons and we tried to understand how we can help our customers better, how we can adjust our infrastructure. We have added the additional locations for our TED Cloud servers within Frankfurt, 2 additional locations, and customers from Ukraine really value that they can propagate the systems within Latvia and Frankfurt and be in a safety zone. And we continue to provide them services from abroad, which help them to analyze and improve their situation on the home ground. So in the conclusion, in case of emergency, if you haven't tested anything, most probably all your plans will perish and it will be complete chaos all around you. When the pressure comes, most probably you and your employees will fall under and rely on the muscle reflexes, and it's very important to exercise those and to remember what we have to do in critical situations and what are our measures of resilience. Thank you. Be resilient and stay safe.
Thank you, Dimitris. That was a fantastic lessons learned from that presentation. Before you earn this little gift from us, a couple of questions from the audience. First one, what was the biggest challenge in implementing those cyber resilience measures? Was it management commitments, funds, skills, or what?
When you see the example of the war in your neighborhood, the management commitment is not an issue. You understand what should be done, but for example, changing the architecture is not so easy. It takes time, it takes a lot of investment and so on. So that might be the biggest issue. So we had like 3 years till now to prepare and adjust and so on. But if we would have like 1 year only, I would say that that would be really hard to do everything we have done so far. So we are adjusting, we are reviewing risks, we are still trying to find our weak spots and act on them.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of adjusting from a completely different point of view, do your customers need to architect their software appropriately to be able to deploy it in a data center in Germany? Does it have to be changed in any way?
No, it's basically the same. So what we are offering is the public cloud, TED cloud services, and it's the same cloud extended to the Germany, and we offer for our customers the services in Germany on a private cloud. We can provide them the golden backups, the golden copies, and so on. So that's what we do, and there is no additional adjustments for sure.
Okay, maybe one quick one, if it can be answered quickly. From a business point of view, how do you plan this preparedness financially? Hardware costs money, services as well.
There are some things which you have to address, even if they cost quite huge investment. We have a commitment towards our customers, and we are a critical infrastructure provider within the country. So there are critical service providers between our customers who rely on us. And if we do not do that, so what happens in case of, for example, wartime situation? What happens in the case which I've showed that Iskander missile strikes the infrastructure? We have to adjust to be able to provide our customers with the reliable service no matter what. So that's not non-negotiable on our part.
Excellent. Thank you, Dmitris, for these lessons learned, a gift of gratitude from our side as well. Thank you very much. I'll take that clicker. So, yes, thank you very much. That will come in handy to our next speaker. We talked about huge global disruptions, but sometimes even the smallest mistakes on the internet can lead to the biggest disruptions. And no one understands that better than the guardian of Latvia's .LV domain. In this next session, we'll share her 3 practical laws for a smarter disaster prevention, blending cybersecurity with a touch of human stupidity. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on the stage the General Manager of NITS.LV, Miss Katrina Sataki. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon.
The stage is all yours.
Thank you. Great to see you all here. And as the saying goes, if you can't remember the past, you are condemned to repeat it. Therefore, let me take you to the past. To be precise, to the last day of April 2004. I was driving home, and my car's fuel tank was empty. I knew that because the warning light went on my way to the office. So which means that I had to stop at the gas station. To my utter surprise, I ended up in a long queue. Why? Because I forgot that on the 1st May of 2004, we were joining European Union. And it was known that fuel prices will go up by 4 or maybe even 5 centimes. We used our own currency at the time, so I'll stick to centimes for the historic accuracy. So 5 centimes max, that was known. So definitely all those people wanted to buy cheap fuel. And there were all these types of people running with jerry cans, with their own jerry cans. They ran to buy new jerry cans. I mean, it was absolute chaos there. I even saw one guy. He opened the trunk of his car, and it was full of pots of different sizes. And I was like, seriously? How are you going to explain this to your wife? So, honey, we're going to eat gazpacho every day from now on. And then I saw his wife. So he also jumped out of the car with few more pots and even a kettle. I was really shocked. And then, amongst all this craziness, I saw him. A guy calmly walking through all those running people. And you know, all that he had was a 5-liter bottle, plastic 5-liter bottle, and nothing else. And believe me when I say that nothing Absolutely nothing in his appearance suggested that he was stupid. Nevertheless, then I saw him pouring water out of that plastic bottle to use it to buy 5 liters of fuel. Don't be deceived by my background in mathematics. I'm very bad at math. But even I could do some real simple calculations. I knew that the bottle cost 50 centimes. 50. So even if he bought 5 liters, that would save him 25 centimes max. So he would spend 50 centimes to save 25. And he dumped good water. So believe me when I say that for more than 20 years, I've used this example whenever I wanted to illustrate this utmost human stupidity. Until recently, when in light of NIS2 directive and all the geopolitical tensions, we started reviewing our risk analysis, risk management system. And this February this year, as Dmitry has already mentioned, our country switched to the European power grid. And we applied our newly developed nice and shiny risk management process to that situation, including all possible queues at gas stations and maybe even inability to buy diesel for our power generators. So I remembered this guy. And then I thought, maybe he wasn't as stupid as I used to think. Okay, don't get me wrong, dumping, pouring out perfectly good water was really stupid. But maybe he knew something about risk analysis, something that I failed to see. For example, maybe, okay, we knew that prices go up by 5 centimes max, but what if they went up by 25, 50? What if all these panic buyers just buy all the fuel? And then those 5 liters, not in a suitable container, but still, 5 liters would be something that he could sell. Risk as opportunity, as Dmitry has mentioned. So yeah, it's... and at this point, I started thinking, wait a minute. I was there. I was in that queue with all those crazy, mad people. I'm stupid. Which, of course, also means that I could be a risk. What else do I fail to see? What other risks I fail to see? What do I need to do to overcome that? So I did some analysis, which nowadays is a synonym of saying I Googled. And believe me, there's a lot of articles, opinions, and even some research work papers on stupid people. My favorite, however, was Carlo Cipolla's essay, Basic Laws of Human Stupidity. You already saw the law number 2. There are 5 of them. Carlo Cipolla was an economic historian, and he published his essay mid-70s, last century. So what is the basic idea? You know that we all interact with each other. And each interaction means that we either gain some benefits to ourselves or we lose something. Same applies to the people we interact with. So it could be that we generate some benefits to others, or we can lose. They can lose because of our actions. And here we can talk about, of course, we can assign some currency here, like calculated in euros, but it's not necessarily money only. It's not just finances. We can talk also about our energy, our nerve cells, everything else that we can lose or gain. Okay, maybe we won't gain nerve cells, but we still can gain something from interactions. And this is a so-called Cipolla's quadrant. And in the middle of this quadrant is ineffectual people. They basically neither gain anything nor lose, nor there's any benefit or losses for others. Even though you might know some of them, I believe there are not too many people around, so I won't talk about those people anymore. So intelligent people, according to Cipolla, they are the ones who generate benefits to themselves and also to others. Then there are bandits. They generate benefits to themselves, causing losses to others. There are helpless people. They generate benefits to others, but lose themselves. And then, according to Cipolla, and here Cipolla gives an axiomatic definition of stupid people. So stupid people are the ones that cause losses to another person or even a group of persons, while themselves deriving no benefits, no gain, and even possibly incurring some losses. Okay, so let's look at some examples. I'm sure you can come up with many examples, but I come from DNS world, so I wanted to use some DNS-related examples because it's always DNS at the end of the day. For example, a well-known company, and it's not a hypothetical example, it has happened several times in the past. A well-known company lets its primary domain name expire. So is this stupid? Is this intelligent? Helpless? I struggled with coming up with the adjective for bandit. Banditistic, perhaps, is not a real word, so I use malicious. So what is it? Another one, a simple configuration, again, it's happened many times, even recently. A simple configuration change causes DNS resolution failure. And it causes, in return, some global outage, affecting many customers around the world. So what is it? How can we describe this? And the thing is that each mistake like this, it can cause a lot of problems to anyone working in that, for example, company, trying to fix it. Because fixing a mistake always is more complicated than not letting it happen. Unfortunately, mistakes do happen. Another example, if you mistype an A record's IP address or a CNAME record, has it happened to you? It has definitely happened to me back in the 90s. And believe me, we spent a lot of time trying to figure out what's wrong, why our customers' one domain name goes to one website and another domain name goes to website in Italy. It was a simple mistype in our IP address. And even traceroute went to Italy. How? It's the same IP address. Only when we compared both IP addresses side by side, we could see the difference. Again, a lot of time spent, incurred a lot of losses in terms of time and probably money adjusted to that. So I tried to think of some possible cybersecurity-related things that could be attributed to each type of these groups. So stupid people will misconfigure DNS. They will let their domain names expire. And they will use very simple passwords just because I can't remember anything more complicated than that. And according to Cipolla's fifth law, those stupid people are the most dangerous type of people. Even bandits are not as dangerous as stupid people. Why? Because according to Cipolla, and he studied economic history using economic tools, he applied them and looked throughout this history how different societies grew, how they failed, how they developed. And so he came to this conclusion. And again, let me stress that if we talk about cyber criminals, most probably we would categorize them as bandits. But even among them, we have a certain number of stupid individuals. Just like, for example, sometimes intelligent people act intelligently, sometimes they act as helpless people. So they lose something. And only stupid people, according to Cipolla, are very, very stable. They never change. Again, Cipolla believed that it was a genetic trait, something that Mother Nature has thought through to ensure that we do not develop faster than we should. Because if everybody was intelligent, then we would probably be we would very quickly develop and maybe even kill each other. But that's not the point. So he thought that just like in terms of when you look around the globe and see the ratio between newborn babies, so boys and girls, throughout the globe, they born with approximately the same ratio. How does Mother Nature do that? Of course, Mother Nature operates with very large numbers, but still, somehow it manages to get this ratio. So according to Cipolla, the same ratio applies to all societies, all organizations, all groups of people. So if he was here today, probably passed away, unfortunately, but if he was here today, he would have said that there is the same percentage of stupid people here in this room. I mean, I already confessed, I feel, apparently I am stupid, but if you discreetly look around and see only intelligent people or bandits, so chances are that you might be with me. Okay, so that's his idea, that all those percentage of stupid people is the same. So how could we apply this to cyber risk matrix? So I tried to think that, well, intelligent people, of course, sometimes they do stupid things. It doesn't make them stupid, but sometimes they do stupid things. However, whenever they cause something bad to happen, well, the impact might not be that high. When we talk about helpless people, yeah, that's already a little bit more tricky. Bandits, of course, that's their idea. They want to cause you your losses. They want to gain themselves. And they love the system, unlike stupid people. Stupid people don't care about the system because they do not benefit from it. And that means that those stupid people are, well, yes, they don't care if the world burns. They just do whatever they think they can do. And yeah, and they think they are intelligent, believe me. And the law number 4, if you're not stupid, you underestimate the damaging power of stupid individuals. Unfortunately, that's the law. Some ideas that one could learn from everything we've discussed here. First, credentials does not mean that people are aware, security awareness. They have security awareness. Nope. Even highest-ranking CEOs have sometimes have no clue about security. Professors, university professors can fall victims to phishing attacks. So therefore, role-based assumptions, role-based risk assumptions are dangerous, so never do that. And actually, if you look from the opposite side, security, the fact that you are aware of security does not make you intelligent. Yes, it makes you probably a security specialist, but it does not mean that you are intelligent. Why? Because, again, according to Cipolla's law, the percentage of stupid people among all groups, including security professionals, is the same. I see you get more and more depressed. Yes, that's what I thought that would happen. Yep. So, the fact that you are risk aware, as actually Dmitry has already mentioned in the previous presentation, it does not mean that you're prepared. You are prepared when you have tested all your processes, all your procedures. And sometimes security teams, again, they underestimate the what a single bad decision, what a single mistake can do. For example, not renewing your primary domain name. And now I'll say something that might ban me from any stage forever. The fact that you are NIS2 compliant does not mean that you are safe and ready. For some reason, I sometimes have a feeling that people think, oh, you see, we have all the documents. Nope. Not going to help you if you have those stupid people who are left completely unattended. Why? Because NIS2 assumes that your process, your documents, they are structured and rational. You manage your risks. But in the real world, the risks are often irrational and yeah, very often behavioral. Most models assume that people behave according to policy. Not the stupid ones, no. They will ignore your best written policies. Unless, of course, as Dmitry has already stressed, you have to make it muscle memory. So if you look at NIS2, yeah, I found they mentioned humans twice in the document, which was a pretty long document. So both are in the recitals. Recital 78, they talk about human factor. I'd say here they talk about helpless people and some helpless acts that even intelligent people do. And then in recital 79, they talk about, sorry, we have a little bit, the red line is misaligned. They talk about human error. Could that be a very diplomatic and politically correct way of saying of, don't forget your stupid people? Maybe. Well, in any case, it's always, yeah, as again, I have to refer to Dmitry's presentation. He already mentioned that the old risk management approach, traditional risk management approach, might not work. So you need to have a new approach, and probably looking at your risk from a behavior point of view is also one of the ways you can think and improve your risk management process. And always you should think, who in your organization or anywhere else can cause loss without any benefit? Again, if we look at the graph here, we always have a certain number of stupid people. And according to Cipolla, we always underestimate the number of stupid individuals that are around. Which means that basically we have a few more, and maybe even a few more. And then there is a certain number of other individuals around. if we have this diagonal line and separate bandits into two groups, so here we have so-called ideal bandits, because they cause the damage equal to their gains. And there are not so many of them. Just that there are not so many bandits with overtones of intelligent people. And same if we look at helpless people. Again, the more the distribution might not be very even. So what does Cipolla think? So he believes that when he looked at the fall of some empires or some societies, so he noticed that the fall of a country, a society, started when bandits, people in power, were bandits from this quadrant. So they caused more losses to others and didn't gain much from that. And he also noticed that those helpless people who were not in power, but if they had overtones of intelligent people, then, sorry, the other way around. So if people in power are from here and people not in power are from here, so there was a decline. If somehow we managed to get people here and bandits were more conscientious, then yes, all of a sudden we saw a good rise. What does it mean? It means that we need to try to get those people from helpless with overtones of stupidity. We have to move them somehow to closer to intelligent people. How we can do that? Yes, again, trainings, awareness raising, and other things. So some of my laws that I could recommend to avoid DNS disaster. So first, don't create single points of failure. And that also applies to people who manage your DNS, your domain names too. If you have only one person, that's not a good idea. If you have only one name server or name service from only one IP address range or managed by the same company, again, that's a single point of failure. Use any cost. Again, I have to mention that you have to train your people. It's just, there's no other way. There's no other way. You have to practice and do it every time. Otherwise, they will burn something. And of course, the third one, never neglect your domain names. Set up automatic renewals. Set up monitoring systems. Monitor what's happening with your domain names. And remember, it's always DNS. So therefore, I would like to complete my presentation and wish you all to be intelligent, or at least be helpless people with overtone of intelligence. And if we talk about bandits, yeah, there's not much we can do about bandits. But remember that among bandits, there's also a fair share of stupid people, and they will make stupid mistakes. So take care of yourselves and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you for that refreshing presentation on things I certainly did not expect a story like this, but you really touched deeply and already answered one of the questions on how to minimize the impact of stupid people. But let's take the second question. What kind of training would you recommend to organizations, for example? Is it lectures, practical tests, etc.? What works best?
Well, if you want to get muscle memory, practical tests, yes, definitely. But I would say that you need to do some other training as well, because look, I've seen really fantastic cybersecurity specialists. I've seen fantastic network specialists who know nothing about DNS. Yeah, you can be very good expert in one field and not be good in another one, but it's always DNS, so please train your people, your dragons in DNS as well.
If we look more broadly at society, you said that awareness is not intelligence. How do we raise the cyber resiliency of society if in most campaigns it is more about awareness?
Well, yes and no, but could you again repeat the question again?
So the question is, how do you raise the resilience of our society?
Resilience of society.
In this context.
Yeah, okay, again, stupid people are unpredictable. And for rational people, for rationally thinking people, it's hard to accept. But that is true. So whatever you figure out how to do something, they are so ingenious, they will find a way to disregard it completely. So probably you can't do much with stupid people, at least according to Cipolla, because as I said, he believed in stupidity as genetic trait. But yes, target helpless people. That's probably the only way. But intelligent people also need some training. It's otherwise
they will fall on the other quadrant.
Yes, they could, because as I said, they travel. Only stupid people remain where they are.
Katriina, thank you very much for this story. Thank you very much, and thank you for being a part of CyberChess. And I will give you a gift that I forgot. That's not stupidity, that's just forgetting things.
You have
I'll see
many
you in a bit.
opportunities to train. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, for this last talk, I want to start with a philosopher's quote. It's not about how hard you hit, it's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. That's the famous 20th century philosopher Rocky Balboa. So in this final session, we will hear about practical lessons from aviation, from healthcare, and crisis management on how to prepare for the unknown unknowns and even grow stronger through them and keep moving forward. And if we can borrow from Katriina's story, maybe you can see how much in these cases we see stupidity, helplessness, maybe malicious intent, and where intelligence comes in. Let's combine these stories and see what we can learn from our next and final speaker on our stage, the founder and board member of Sciene, Civilian Resilience Nordic, Mr. Jānis Vanaks. Jānis, welcome. Well, you have the honor. Give us all of your energy at the finale of CyberChess.
Good afternoon. Anybody here? All right. Let me start with asking you a couple of questions. So we heard a lot about trouble in the previous talk, right? So my session is more about basically taking people out of trouble and how that can be done practically. So can I ask you a couple of practical questions to start with? Ready? Ready for questions? Hands up. Who's ready? Okay, one. Nah. Okay, let me ask you again. Are you ready? Yes, okay. So, I like practical things. So, let's start with practical questions. Who of you knows how to, in practice, how to fix a leaky pipe? Oh, okay. Me too. Okay, who of you is in the military? You are as well, I know. So, who of you knows how to draw plans and strategies? No way. Let me ask you again. Who of you can create a plan? All of you, yeah? I guess you did create a plan to come here today, right? So quite a bit more people can actually do planning and do strategizing than, say, fixing a leaky pipe or driving a truck. Yeah? So sometimes these practical skills come very handy when you have to deal with trouble. So why I'm talking about trouble? Because basically I'm talking about, because I'm dealing with emergency management. How to take people out of crisis, out of trouble. And there are a few elements I would like to start with and actually finish with when we finish the presentation. And the key element in the equation is people. So if you want to take yourself out of trouble, basically think of people. Why is that? Why do you need to think of people? Weakest point. Weakest point. People, weakest point. Any other ideas? Yes, people can take action. They can make things happen. Actually back in the day, I come from the airline world, and in the airline world we love documents, procedures, checklists, you know. As a pilot, I also, like, first thing, I take my checklist, and my checklist says, good morning, breathe in, then breathe out, yes? Kidding, of course not, but close to that. So we sometimes think that procedures can save us, you know, and can come in handy when it's trouble. But I have had a situation myself in Thailand. I was, back in the day, I was training a group of airline managers. And when I came into the room, I had a group of people in front of me, and they were showing me their resilience plan or crisis management plan. I had a look at it, and I said, like, I'm not sure I want to fly this airline. I mean, this document is not exactly very good. So the document was so-so. I was like, okay, so some improvements need to be done. But to my big surprise, when I actually gave a task to this group of people, these airline managers, I gave them a task. They performed brilliantly. They made things happen. So the right people, maybe a weaker document or weaker procedures, they still could manage because we had the right people and they also had the right purpose. So the right culture and mindset. And that really made things happen. So there's not always procedures, rules, regulations. So this is a combination of things. Yeah. So one of these things is out, the system typically fails. Yeah? You have the documents and the purpose, but you don't have people, it fails. Yeah? Or you have documents or people, but no purpose, no culture, you know, likely failure again. So, but what needs to be done in practice, actually to get yourself better prepared for the unknown, is something that we will look into in the next 20 minutes. And then I will finish off with another story about people that actually gives more light at the end of the tunnel than in the previous presentation, which I liked, but still, you know, being from the very, you know, troubled area of crisis, I'm extremely optimistic. You know, I will tell you why in the end. So maybe this picture is less optimistic than me myself, though this is trouble that we have across Europe. And we see there's a quite a big number of crises all over the place, ranging from hybrid attacks, subkinetic attacks, let's call things as they are, state-sponsored terrorism. We like it or not. It is state-sponsored terrorism. And why do we see so much of that trouble? Russia. Biggest, most spectacular military failure in modern history. What we are seeing very close to our borders is a spectacular military fail. So there is nothing much left to do than subkinetic activity, hybrid threat. So if you cannot win militarily, so then you'd create trouble elsewhere. Huh? So if there is trouble, so now let's go back a little bit to creating procedures, processes, and what is the practice of doing this. So how to get prepared? First, when you want to get prepared, you have to fix your understanding right, okay? Who has heard of a crisis paradox? Here, anyone? Crisis paradox, what is that? Crisis paradox. This is actually a wonderful thing. This is probably the only slide where I ask people just to remember. The rest, basically, I'm okay if you forget. If you remember this one thing, crisis paradox, then I'm extremely happy. Baiba knows the answer. Right, Baiba? I know. Because she remembered this slide, I've shared it with her. Okay, Baiba, I will not be asking questions. But crisis paradox is a thing that when crisis hits, you can do things closer to the crisis. You know, the sooner or the quicker you are, the more agile you are, the more chances you have for survival or for a successful resolution of a crisis. Okay? And why do you think, if I go back, why do you think that after a crisis, your actions make more sense if it's closer to the beginning of the crisis, and they make less sense as time passes by? So as time elapses, your actions make less sense. Maybe here. Edwards, any thoughts? Yeah. So Edwards is proposing that actually time passes by, and what you do later doesn't matter as much as what you did in the beginning. That is one thing. Yes, because people, you know, if there is a big explosion or a big crash and you are disregarding casualties or you're disregarding victims and their families, of course, you know, people start losing basically focus on you. So basically, there are some other players coming in. So other people have their actions taken because they start mobilizing. So your actions become less impactful as time passes by. At the same time, at the beginning of the crisis, there's always very little information available. So, and that is the paradox. We as smart people, intelligent people, I mean, we are intelligent people, hands up here. Intelligent people. Okay, I see a few intelligent people. Okay. So most of us intelligent people, we want to make decisions based on information. because we've been trained to do so. But at the same time, the paradox is that we have to take our first decisions before information flows in. And that's why it's a crisis paradox. And that's why it's actually very hard to be on top of the crisis, manage it, because there is so little information available, but you have to start making decisions right away. Huh? Who are the guys making decisions or taking action in a crisis? So now you can relax a little bit, because the most important slide is there. Okay, it went away. Any idea why do we have these 4 big functions in a crisis? Why do we need them? Take decisions, yes. So leadership, their primary task is to take decisions. So strategic. One of the most strategic decisions where leadership fails, and I have seen more failures than successes, is actually to take a decision to be prepared for a crisis. Because that decision needs to be taken about, or latest, 24 months before a crisis hits. So now hands up. Be honest to yourself. Who has a crisis plan or an emergency response plan in your office? Printed? Where is it? Okay, printed. On which shelf, if printed? Okay, which? In a kitchen. Okay, one person. Can we give a big round of applause to this person right here? You are among 1% of the population. So we conducted a survey. So all of us are good at strategizing, including myself. We come to conferences, we create strategies, talk resilience, talk crisis plans, but very few, extremely few people have a robust crisis plan. We did a survey just a month ago. We presented it in the Nordic Resilience Summit, which is a Nordic initiative, also organized by Civilian Resilience Nordic. And we saw a very, very sad picture. So 1% in organizations, 4% of the population have a plan. Okay? So we are good at strategizing, not good at doing stuff. So that's why actually we have my organization, because we do stuff. You know? Yeah. So, and that is actually one of also the main failures where really strategic leadership is not up to the standard. Because typically the rest of the functions in organization, that, for example, assistance to people, HR team is doing a good job at this. Operational coordination, chief operations officer or the head of the crisis center or a head of an emergency room or situation room, they're doing a good job. Communications, doing a good job. But if there is no leadership decision to be prepared to allocate resources for that, you have failed. So those people who will take that decision, say, half an hour from now or tomorrow, they will be ready by 2028. So congratulations. If we talk about that one function in the middle lower, operational coordination or crisis room, a situation room, these people typically, and I have to show this diagram because I was talking the big picture and I just realized that I actually also made mistakes sometimes because people start asking me, Yanis, so you're talking about crisis management room, but actually who has to sit in that room? So you can take a quick snap picture of this. So this is the very generic thing, you know, who are the people who have to sit in that room. But it is important not only who sits in that room, but who are the substitutes, who are the people replacing the number one role. Say, if somebody is doing the legal role, that person can get quite tired after first 24 hours. Or if somebody is doing a security or a finance role, they need to be replaced. They need to be rostered, you know. So there has to be a good rostering in place, and we are practicing this quite a bit. And actually, quite funnily, it's very easy to deal with the structure, you know. But when, for example, we have a room full of very energetic, very good, young entrepreneurs in the room, and they have a well-functioning crisis center. You know what is the most difficult task there in that room? What do you think? Make them go for a break. Of course, they are energetic. They will not go for a break. Actually, you cannot stop the functioning of the room, so there is no break. So you have to replace people. So the next person has to come in, and so on and so forth. Actually, one of the most difficult tasks I give them, and where they're really struggling, is that when all of these people need to get food, you know, they need to get their rest, you know. So how do we continue the operation, you know, when they still need to grab food but help the victims, help to run the operation, and so on and so forth. So these small practical things are the challenging ones. You know? So this is an example of many crisis centers. So this one is set up to help about 6 million people, a large region. So this can be laid out in different forms. It can be much smaller. The smaller room can be actually also sometimes for 3-4 people. And 3-4 people in a crisis room is always better than 0 people. You know? So it can be very small, agile, practical. You know? So these were some practical considerations for a crisis room and emergency response setup. Of course, I prefer not to run into trouble. How about you? Do you like trouble? Yes? So troublemakers, yeah? So to the left, you know, those who don't like trouble, to the right, yeah, okay. We will get it sorted. So, but of course, you know, it is cheaper and easier to take mitigation action or preventative action. You know? So prevention is cheaper than sorting out trouble. Trouble is costly. There are a bunch of very smart people who say that crisis is an opportunity. Well, yes, it is. But this is a very costly opportunity. So it's much cheaper to avoid that trouble. So for that reason, we have created, okay, you can say it's an academic and theoretical concept, but still it's worth noting that to avoid trouble, you can rely on your resilience architecture in your organization. Well, sometimes in a family as well. So basically, this understanding encompasses a couple of elements on top of emergency management. So it integrates also risk management, risk assessment. So before you run into trouble, you manage your risks, and then you have more chances to avoid trouble. And I love this concept, and I've been fortunate enough to be given an opportunity also to implement it in actual organizations. You know, and we see that this works. These organizations perform much better than those who have standalone elements, not all of them integrated into one structure. So to save you some time, and I always prefer to be punctual or a little bit early when finishing my presentations. We've looked at some practical aspects, how to avoid trouble. So how to attempt to take yourself out of trouble. So you will need these considerations that I explained earlier to start, designing your structures, your organization to deal with the crisis. However, I again want to go back to people. Here is the concluding story about people, and which is related also to our attempts to deal with crises and emergencies. I was quite fortunate to have a one-on-one chat with the previous boss of MI6, who just finished his duties months ago, Richard Moores. And I was quite troubled, frankly, after this October 7 events in Israel. And I couldn't understand, how that kind of trouble could have evolved. We had quite a lengthy conversation, but how I understood it was that you can try to be the best expert, you can try to be the best organization, but you cannot practically or realistically be the best on the planet. You cannot be the best. But what you can do your best. You can try, you can attempt to make every effort to be the best. And then you will be doing well. So you will improve. So you will learn. Well, that is the philosophy we have taken on board, also in the organization that we created, and I'm happy to see a couple of our members and experts here. So we are trying our best. We are not the best, but we are attempting, making every effort. We learn a lot. So that's why we partner up with a lot of organizations across the continent and also over the Atlantic. Yes, these smart people also outside our organization give me very good hope that we will have good progress in improving ourselves. And after the doom and gloom I have heard during the day and all the trouble and threats and security, I want to say that, why I'm so optimistic? I can tell you why. It's because I know there is light at the end of the tunnel, and actually there is more light for those people who are prepared. So with that in mind, thank you so much, and happy to take your questions.
Excellent. Jānis, thank you very much. Please come join me on the stage. Thank you for creating a small crisis to our lighting and camera crew to catch wherever you are, but you gave us the energy. You woke us up, and that's what matters. 2 quick questions.
Ready for party, I guess, right?
Yes, we have 2 more minutes, and then the glasses will be filled. But we have to earn that with 2 quick questions. So and how does crisis response differ between a typical on-site disaster and the one in cyberspace? I guess the question is, are there any differences in how you react and how you manage that?
So how crisis differs from an on-site and digital and cyber. Who remembers the crisis paradox? Okay, few people. So how it starts? First thing that starts, first is the trouble that starts, right? And what do you do thereafter? When the trouble starts, what do you start doing? Go to kitchen? Yes? Yes, the plan is in the kitchen, right. You start making decisions. We are here, smart people in the room. We are here to make decisions. If our first decision is to wait, then it is a decision, okay? If our first decision is to start responding, activate the crisis team, it is a decision. It is a timely decision then. So, and funnily enough, we work actually, and our experts in Sciene, Civilian Resilience Nordic, we work with nuclear response plans, we work with cyber response plans, we work with security, we work with transportation issues. I have worked with the pandemic issues and so on and so forth. And you know what? I have seen now like hundreds, if not thousands of good plans. And the main elements are the same. Guess what? Huh? So basically, if your thinking is right, and if you remember that one slide, and maybe a few more, and if you already know that, strategizing is not enough, we have to start, putting our plans in practice, I think then you will be very good in 2028. Huh? Not only, I can give you another glimpse of hope. Actually, last week we had a big company dealing with critical infrastructure. They said, Yanis, instead of 3 months into a plan, we want to create it in 3 days. And our whole management team and our smartest people in the organization, 50 people, right there, they will do it. And you know what? They did it. That gives me a lot of hope, because they are not the first ones. I also have a couple of very smart students, and I have had very smart students in Abu Dhabi, now I have in Tallinn, and in Madrid. They have done the same. But what I was prototyping, it was young, enthusiastic entrepreneurs or startups is one thing. But if you can have a very solid company, actually in business for 500 years, if they can do it, then all of us, we can do it. So be it in cyber, on-site, nuclear, anything, we can do it. That's, I think, one of the best things that I have realized also in the past few weeks.
Quick answer to this next question, or next two questions. Basically, the question is where to start, because people have woken up, they don't have a plan, they don't have practical exercises, etc. A quick answer, where to start? What would you say is the best next step?
Don't bullshit to yourself that you are prepared. Honest self-reflection. If I wake up one day, and if I say to myself, oh, Yanis, you're a good guy, really cool expert in something, that's the first signal. I have to step back, take a deep breath, and do, what I do then? I take a recurrent training. That's what good pilots do. That's what good managers do. That's what good crisis experts do. They take a recurrent training, they do something again, what they have done already, and then they become better instead of arrogant. Okay?
Thank you, Yanis. You have earned this box. It will not give you intelligence, but at least warm feet.
Okay.
A token of gratitude from us. Thank you very much. Yanis Vanaks. Wonderful way to end our day here on CyberChess Day 1. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it means this wraps up our first day. If you have some feedback, if you have some thoughts, we do have a feedback form on the Mito platform, the conference platform. You can do that there. But before that, let's all gather in the room right here behind these closed doors. Over there, we will experience the continuation of this wonderful event. Of course, sharing knowledge and expertise was fantastic, but everybody knows that the real added value of gathering together is exchanging talk, meeting new people, and creating new collaborations. And what better way to do that than with a glass, something sparkling and a little canapé bread, right? So let's all gather in the room behind us and see you all tomorrow right here at 9 o'clock. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Artis Ozoliņš, and have a wonderful evening. Thank you for being part of CyberChess Day #1.